double 18.
Going short the
perfect
fifth
night
leg.
dart, and he's been
Donald
threatened all day.
It's the bullseye, doesn't he?
Going shot on the fourth leg. Robert
What a
Thornton.
shot.
Glenn knows that he can live with Landman's level. Not if he does stuff like this, though.
Can he light up the fuse? Double 18. 4-1-1-6.
Going
super
shot
stuff.
on the
That's slick.
match.
A double 16. And
shot
that's
and
the
the
way
match.
to win it. Paul Hogan.
Yeah, hi, good evening. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is Saturday night, and we're going to see who the first player through to Champions Week in 2024 is going to be. Right, we've been watching all the action this week in the company of Matthew Edgar. It's been a week, well, we've seen some highs, we've seen some lows, we've seen some players exceed on the stage, and maybe some feel a little bit disappointed as well.
Yeah, and we've got to start, obviously, with Glenn Durrant with that. I thought his whole demeanour up here was absolutely pathetic. The whole way he conducted himself on the hockey is supposed to be a role model within this sport, and
I am here.
Oh. I was just saying how well you was playing, Glenn.
Thank you very much.
I thought there's so many
There,
positives that you could really take and pick out of that performance in Group B.
Yeah, I believe you.
You must have enjoyed it out there, Glenn.
No, I didn't. I feel like I let myself down, but it's where my game is at the moment. But I was more disappointed in the way I behaved on this stage as well. So I knew I wasn't going to come here and, break down any trees, etc. But it was an experience for sure, and hopefully I'll benefit from
We're
that.
going to show you some moments here. Particularly, this is the game yesterday against David Days and the game against Paul Ho. At times, you were saying to me off air that it felt a little bit of a chore. Why did it feel like a chore, did you feel in your mind?
Because I'm not playing very well no more. I don't believe in my throw no more. The belief is gone, and 4 or 5 years ago, I felt I would have been beating these players. I'd have come to the MODUS Super Series not only to win Group B, but to try and win the week. So it's very difficult for people to understand, but I did it for a reason. It's over and done with now, thankfully. I'm trying to see the positives, but when you're getting beat and beat and beat, there's something in the belly somewhere to say that that competitive player who was once there, it's still very difficult to take. But 24 hours in sport is totally different. Now I feel absolutely fine. Back in the commentary box where that is, these days, my happy place.
And you get to talk about this guy next week.
And he spoke so eloquently. He totally understands. I think Matthew Edgar actually gets where I am with my game, and I respected everything he said up there.
Look at them. They're friends now. Anyway, let's have a look at this week, and we'll begin with the action in Group A. It was a truncated format, and Robert Thornton won that group. Now, he's into a record-breaking 10th final. We then saw David Davis, Paul Hogan, and Chris Landman get through Group B. Dale Pilgrim, Ron Mullenkamp, Group C. I'll come to you, Glenn, on Group B in just a second. I want to talk to Matt about Group A, and in particular Robert Thornton, because he's a player that, well, look, we know what he can do here. He's made it through to 10 finals on this stage. But we saw a little bit of everything, I felt, from Robert this week. That good game, he was struggling a little bit, wasn't he, with his right hand, but managed to get himself through.
It was the all-you-can-eat buffet of darts, wasn't he, on Group A? It was a 2-day group, and I think that really benefited Robert Thornton. I would have feared that if that was a 3-day group as normal, we may have seen him playing on Thursday and Friday. As you mentioned, had a little bit of a niggle in the arm. It was around the wrist area. We'll certainly be keeping an eye on that throughout the night. But if he can hit the ground running tonight, we know what Robert Thornton is capable of. He's the back-to-back seniors world champion. He's here in preparation for that tournament to try and go and make it a hat-trick. And he is often one of the most understated players in darts when you look at what he's achieved and sort of the major titles he's picked up. But it's getting on his back, the fact he can't get over the line here. We was at an exhibition together not too long ago, and I was on commentary that week, and he says, Matt, I'm going to do it. It's about time. And he didn't. So that's just going to grow, and that's just going to fester even further.
Yeah, the feeling will linger for Robert Thornton. Group B was dominated by David Davis. Now, Glenn, you played 2 games that went the wire with David in that group. What do you think was the big difference with David in that group in those tight matches?
Yeah, I mean, backstage, let's say that the right 3 players got through Group B, first of all. Conan Whitehead, unfortunately, had a real bad shoulder. I mean, literally, Conan practiced 3 darts That's all he did. The only darts that Conan threw on Thursday and Friday was on this stage, so it was going to be tough for him. But how good was David Davis? I mean, he was probably the least headline actor in that group, and he just done it with real class, very professional. He was full of respect on the stage there, and it was a great moment for him, and good luck to him tonight. And Paul Hogan just quietly but effectively got on with the job. And yeah, it was a tough Group B as well. And Chris Landman could be a dark horse tonight because backstage he was smashing in the 180s for fun.
Were you surprised on Thursday the way he got out of the gate?
David.
No, Chris Landman.
Chris Landman, I was very surprised because backstage he was just doing so much. He'd had a couple of days, in preparation for that one as well. And backstage, I thought, well, there's only one winner of this group, but practice starts and getting up on this fantastic stage, may I say, that throw is absolutely perfect. It's no wonder that Darryl Pilgrim is averaging over 100 and 119, on this stage there. So it just didn't transfer that over, but that's qualification. Tonight's a totally different competition, remember, and I think you'll see the best of all of them tonight.
We'll come back to that point in just a second, but I want to talk to you about Paul Hogan, and in particular, night one. What was it that worked so well for him?
Just a bit of timing, a bit of clinicalness on the finishes. He did lose that going into day two, but if you notice towards the back end of yesterday, he was clinging to his arm quite a lot around the elbow position, and that's going to be something we're really going to have to keep an eye on as well today. We talked about Robert Thornton with that potential. It's sort of injury week, really, isn't it, this week, with Conan Whitehead being in that mix as well. But that just makes you sort of anticipate a little bit. As someone who's dealing with an injury myself, what you end up doing is you start throwing the darts softer. And then the darts start kicking in a little bit funny, and then you can't work out why. You then start going for doubles, and you're missing by quite a sizable margin when you start chasing it around the board. The idea that he needs to do is just push through and make sure he's throwing that dart with the normal pace and purpose. If it gets a bit soft in the arm, it's going to start dropping low.
Well, Group C was our focus on the afternoon sessions on Thursday and Friday. Darryl Pilgrim's the man who topped the group. The only games he lost was actually the last games of sessions, and when you consider the way he played in Group A, the scoring power was still there. It was missed opportunities at the doubles, but he rectified that particularly yesterday, and that was why he was such a dominant force in the group.
He's been by far the standout player when you look at stats, statistics, and everything that he's produced so far. It's all been about Darryl Pilgrim, but at the same aspect, the downfall for Darryl Pilgrim has only been himself. He's had opportunities in pretty much every single game. No one's come up here yet and beat him. I feel he's lost matches.
Don't forget there's a benchmark he's set now as well. So sometimes, after that 9 dart, that record average, you've got to come back. Expectation then kicks in as well. I thought he handled it very, very well this week, and the fact he was able to bounce back in a tough Group C. Nobody really wants to play in that group, and he topped the group. And I know he's determined to win tonight.
Ron Mullenkamp, he's a player you've known very well from the BDO and the PDC circuits during your playing days. Particularly yesterday, played some really good stuff. How close do you think yesterday was he towards his best?
Yeah, he was looking really good. He's just admitted to me there, it just could be a couple of weeks, stroke months too soon for him, Q School, which is just the first sign of negativity for tonight. You want to come in here tonight brash, confident, full of belief. I didn't get that sense of Ron. Different challenge for most players because he's that little bit slower as well. So that could be an interesting aspect. Despite how good Darryl Pilgrim is, he's going to be a red-hot favourite going into it. I think it's still wide open tonight.
It could well be. Well, these are the players involved. These are the groups that are in play tonight. 2 groups of 3. Group 1 sees Robert Thornton, Ron Mullenkamp and Paul Hogan. Group 2, David Davis, Chris Landman and Darryl Pilgrim. Let's dissect the first one, Group 1, because if there's one word, Matt, we could probably use to describe that group, it's experience.
Oh, absolutely. And Ron Mullenkamp, despite being in his mid-30s, is a very, very experienced dart player. He played a lot on the BDO and around the PDC. He's a player that was regularly qualifying for the Alexandra Palace and the PDC World Championships, which is not easy to do when you look at how he has to do that with a tour card. He's regularly up against a very seeded system and a heavily weighted system, and to break into the top 32 shows consistency. And the good thing is he's starting to show that here as well. But as Glenn mentioned, the concern for me with Mullenkamp is purely the fact that the start of the year could ruin everything for you.
Well, let's talk about Group 2 in a second. But before we do that, we're going to have a look at a fan poll. Now, you can get in touch with us via the Super Series Twitter accounts at MSS Darts if you want to give it a follow. And the reason we go to this game is because 58% of our viewers this evening think that the winner comes from Group 2, Davis, Lamb and Pilgrim. And to be fair, you look at that group, it is full of heavy hitters.
Yeah, there's going to be a real heavy hitter not going to be in the semi-finals in that Group 2. And that's what the MODUS Super Series is all about. I think the 6 right players are through. You know, some players just get through by hook or by crook. And you could say that was Chris Landman, who was the one player who really left it late. Ron Moulenkamp, it's great to see him there. But it's full of intrigue, full of interest, and it's going to be a tough night. And I think we're going to see some sensational darts.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bookmakers think about tonight's proceedings. These are the odds for tonight. And they make for a very interesting reading because of the tenseness of tonight's action, or the tightness, shall I say, of tonight's action. Dal Pilgrim goes off as the 13-8 favourite. He's been the favourite since yesterday. Chris Landman and him have kind of been trading places as the bookies' favourite. Robert Thornton at 4-1. But I want to divert your attention to the bottom of that betting bracket, because David Davis at 11-2 and Ron Moulenkamp at 9-1. You're nodding your head, Glenn. That could be worth a lot of attention.
There's a lot of value there. Paul Hogan at 5-1 as well. David Davis hasn't lost a game this week, Gary 11-2, but he'll have to up his averages as well. That's a question I've just will pose to him in preparation of his first game there. I like the look of Chris Landman as well. I'm only looking at what I'm seeing backstage. It's how you transfer it onto here. He hasn't demonstrated that this week, but if you're looking for value, then potentially Chris Landman would be my shout, but you know my tipping skills.
Yes, does his tips. That's why we don't do it anymore. You were mentioning earlier on that it is the best throw, one of the best throws that you've ever played in your life. And obviously you've played on this stage as well, Matt. What in particular makes this such a good stage to throw on?
Well, I'm going to go back to something I've mentioned before. Robert Owen said it's the closest thing to a European Tour stage, and I wasn't sure what he meant exactly by that, but when I got up here, the practice room is very spacious. Lots of room there, but when you come on here, it just felt fantastic. And you're speaking to a man who lost 8 out of 8, and I still say that is one of the best throws I've ever played on. So it's no surprise to me that this is where amateur players want to be. This is the biggest prize that's out there, in front of one of the best throws I've ever played on. I can't speak about it highly enough.
And it explains as well why we get a lot of people come here when we look at their stats, like Jerome Caron this week. He's got a 78.02 average in every other arena. Comes here and he's throwing 90s. Not throwing a 90 average over 2 years on any recorded format. Comes here, raises it.
And when you walk to the stage from the practice room, you get that fire in your belly, you get those nerves, like it's all really professional. Yeah, it's a real credit to everything the MODUS Super Series has built.
And what's the difference between a good and bad throw in your mind?
I think a lot of the time it comes down to perception. I mean, one of the things here, we've got a very sort of dull colour with the black. Some of the ones, I mean, you've probably played on them as well. We've played on yellow backgrounds, red backgrounds. And what it can do is it can just make the dartboard sometimes feel a lot smaller, doesn't it? Certainly the treble, when you're playing on those really big sort of stages like the Ali Pali one, you've got that massive wall in the background, and just in the middle is this tiny little dartboard, and it shrinks up.
Most certainly does. Right, let's get into tonight's action then, and we kick-start with Robert Thornton. He's going to be in action up against Ron Moulenkamp. It's a battle of Scotland up against the Netherlands to kick off tonight's proceedings. Thornton making history here, the first player to ever make it through to 10 finals under this roof, and he takes on Ron Moulenkamp's second appearance here, first time into Saturday night. And Glenn has been getting his interviewing skills in the can and catching up with both players.
Ron, first of all, it's absolutely fantastic to see you. When I think of you, we had some good battles over the years, and I watched your first day, a little bit disappointing. I thought your doubles looked superb on day 2, and you looked at your very, very best.
Yeah, 100%. I made a little change in the first day with my points. I made longer points, and then I was a bit dodgy on the doubles, so I went back to the smaller points with my confidence is, and yeah, it paid off. Really happy about that. Yeah.
Yeah, you need that form because you've got an opening game against Robert Thornton. Any thoughts on that match?
Yeah, well, we go back in the days as well. To be fair, I'm 35, but I got so many history with people from big ages till lower ages. So I think I'm quite in the middle now, and I enjoy every bit of it. And I'm back on the practice board again. I'm really enjoying it again. And then maybe Q School's too early, but we'll see from here. I'm doing a great job now, preparing, and yeah, I'm just having fun.
I tell you what I like. I love that smile on your face, Ron, as you answered that question. What will it take to win tonight?
Yeah, important finishes on the big moments, because it's a small format and one or two things can make the difference. And I know I have it, but you have to do it. And if not, then I will join, because we have a great group. We had 2 days, obviously, with the other guys, and we had a great vibe. And now here with Robert, always laughing, always joking, and the other guys as well. So I'm enjoying it.
Perfect preparation for Q School. Good luck, Ron.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you very much.
Robert Thornton, absolutely fantastic to see you. Group A winner. Showed some real fighting quality in there without being at your real best. How did you assess it?
Yeah, I wasn't great. I pulled it out when I needed it. I dug down, as you usually do. But no, nowhere near my best.
I just sense a couple of days off for you. I think you look really refreshed tonight. Do you think that really helped you?
I think the couple of days has helped me, really. I don't usually like days off, but I think they've helped me this time. I managed to get my arm sorted out and practiced a little bit, try and loosen my muscle up a bit.
Yeah, it's really important to do that. Last time I remember I commented on you, I just felt the crowd involvement on the Saturday night really affected you. Did you learn anything from that?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I kind of... You hear one voice that stands out, and that was the one that got me, and I kind of lost the rag a little bit.
Yeah, it's great to see you. Like I say, Saturday night is just the only thing missing off your resume. You're a real proper MODUS Super Series legend in here. It's your time to win, Robert, isn't it?
I hope so. I hope so. We'll see how it goes.
Well, the very, very best of luck, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Indeed he is. Robert Thornton in action against Ron Moolenkamp to kick off the night's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Our first Saturday night of 2024. And who is going to book the 7th place through to Champions Week? It's Robert's 10th time here on a Saturday night. He's yet to win, and it's a statistic he wants to put right. He's up against Ron Moolenkamp in our first game of the evening session, and watching all of the action down in the commentary box. Matthew Edgar's been with us all week, and it's a very good evening to Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, good evening, Henry. Good evening, everybody. A real great balance of players tonight. A lot of experience at the MODUS Super Series. We've got the major PDC winner in Robert Thornton. Real informed players going into Q School. Also players looking to get back to former glories, and the unbeaten Davy Davies as well. Put in your picture there, Ron Moolenkamp, a terrific player who's looking to get back to where he was against Robert Thornton. Is it going to be 10 times lucky, Matthew Edgar?
He'll hope so, and he told me that not too long ago when we was on exhibition together, and I'm really actually intrigued and excited at the fact that you call Robert Thornton a major champion in the PDC, because I think recently his success on the Seniors Tour, where he picked up those back-to-back Seniors World Championships, tends to be the thing we use to describe Robert Thornton, but we forget that he was the 2007 World Master, the 2015 World Grand Prix winner, and the 2012 winner of the UK Open, which for me, I'd have to say, probably more impressive because it was in non-restricted fields like the Seniors, which is 50 plus.
Yeah, 56-year-old now is Robert Thornton, and it's a different
60.
challenge when you play Ron Moolenkamp. Ron will dictate the pace in this game. A very traditional dart player, which you don't often get from Holland. With Holland, you'd expect super quick players, but what you will see is that man, he'll be throwing his arms in the air. He has his heart on his sleeve, does Robert Thornton, and always real box office player is Robert. But I like the smile, Matthew, on Ron's face tonight. He didn't look like a man who was tense and nervous going into this.
100.
He doesn't look like a man who's tense and nervous on the stage either. He's got a lot of good things going on in his life now, and different lines of work and opportunities that have presented themselves, which, as you know, it does take the pressure away when you don't have to win matches anymore in order to get that prize money to pay the bills.
Yeah, it's a fantastic time to be a dart player at the moment. And, you know, I know it's early in this competition, but we've got to give a mention to that fantastic World Championships. And the star of the show, Luke Litterer, is watching tonight. So good evening, Luke, and very, very proud on behalf of everyone at the MODUS Super Series of your incredible performance. And keep those feet on the ground, remain humble, and you will be an absolute superstar, Luke Litterer.
140.
He was a superstar in this very arena last year, winning back-to-back series. Last time we saw him on this stage, he was handing over the trophy to a man 40 years older than him, Jim McEwen. It was the passing of the torch, but it was the passing of the torch that goes the opposite way round to what we normally have.
Yeah, the global interest and just travelling down to Portsmouth. Everybody wanted an interview regarding Luke, but it's about Robert Thornton and Ron Moulenkamp at the moment. Remember, it's on Robert's throat, opening match of the night. You want to get those 2 points under the belt so you can sense a little bit of nerves and tension. This would settle Ron Moulenkamp down. And looking at the treble 20 bed, what he mustn't do is go into the 5 or the 1. That's okay. He doesn't want to kiss and go low, doesn't. So he's given himself an opportunity. Can he take it?
Slide to the left, slide to the right. Go back again. It's like the Okie Kokie.
Game shown.
Well, he didn't need to jump to the left in the end because that was a fantastic dart there. The fact he looked to the left, looked to the right, he was just looking at what the best angle was, and he just felt bystander on the right-hand side of the Okie there. You could see more of the bed, and that will help him settle down. And Robert Thornton already has his darts broken in this match, Matthew.
When you're Robert Thornton and you stood at the back of the stage and you see the player move that much, how often does it happen when they go completely out the way and you go, this is just going straight in?
Yeah, that's when you think the world's against you. It's not going to be my night. I mean, Robert wasn't at his sparkling best in Group A, but how tough was that Group A? And I just felt them couple of days up, you could see he was nursing a little bit of an injury. But it's Ron the Bomb who has come out very, very quickly here.
121.
Well, it's definitely welcome to the new year this week. A fantastic lineup. A little loose in the board, so you'll see Robert come down and still a maximum visit there for the Thorn. These two have had plenty of history together, as Moulenkamp explaining, has a lot of history with a lot of players. 6 times they've played each other. The head-to-head record is a 50-50 split, 3 apiece.
Yeah, it was great to see Ron back playing. It's very difficult when you've played at the PDC World Championships at the high level of the BDO, and then your career sort of goes down. It's fair play to him that he's bounced back, but he is only 35-year-old. His best years, I can promise him, are ahead if he has that dedication. And when you see 180, I don't know about you, Matthew, you're just thinking 140, please.
85.
But you kind of want it in that way, because if you get the first 2 darts in the treble, you end up starting to panic a little bit, because you don't want to enter the same realms of Damon Hetta, Dirk van Dijvenbode, who has actually come out in recent times to say that when he busts that 180 against Barneville, it's setting back years.
Yeah, the decision making here is to be very aggressive. So 76 left. What a dart that is. He'll stay there.
76.
So close away, bounce off the tungsten there. I thought that was in.
$56. Running required 19.
We'll get another opportunity here to hold on to his throw. Robert Thornton sat waiting to pounce.
Yeah, the perfect dart for double 8. And that smack bang in the middle. This is a lovely start from Ron Moulenkamp. Robert Thornton always attracts the crowds, but you can just see he's thinking it hasn't always gone his way on a Saturday night. I didn't want to mention that in the interview because he's sick of people talking about it. And this has not started how he wanted to, but fair play to Moulenkamp. But one thing Robert Thornton is, Matthew Edgar, he's a scrapper.
One of the very best. Digging in and not rolling over.
140.
He's going to have to keep this pace going now. He's found his darts, but he's going to have to keep delivering because Moulenkamp is sprinting to the finish.
Like I say, I sense that. I was just looking at the demeanour, the body language of the players in the interviews today, and Ron smiled all the way through it, and I think that's been reflected in the darts that he's producing. This is lovely stuff.
135.
Probably feels quite happy to be here because
60.
It was a 2-day group in Group C when he qualified in 2nd position, but he actually lost his first 3 matches. Lost 4-0, 4-2, 4-2. And normally we have that rule of 3, which means you've got to be pretty much perfect from that point.
Robbie, we're going 161.
Yeah, just a touch snatchy on the last dart as Ron Bean, but It's going absolutely to plan right now. Remember, this is on Robert's throw, and this is normal for Robert. You will see him shake his head and throw his arms
41.
about. It's normal.
Ronnie require
But Ron Moulenkamp, he will
141.
smell blood right now.
There's one thing we know about Robert Thornton. If he was going to give a double of choice, it's always going to be tops, but he's not going to get the opportunity. He, just like Ron Moulenkamp, slips into the 5.
58 left, so fat 18. This is a sign that when your mind goes blank. This is
80.
not going to plan.
Requires 68.
So Moulenkamp on 68, we're thinking, I'm going to get at least a dart at a double. That dart is now its tops. Big dart in this match.
48. Robert, you require 40.
Low and stood up to attention. Simon
Game
just
from
holding
the
on to the
third
dart a
leg.
bit too long, and Robert Thornton doesn't need a second invitation when it's coming to tops. He ends up clinging into the game. Ron Moulenkamp could have been coming to the jockey now, throwing for the match.
Yeah, last time we were here, it was a very vociferous crowd, and like I said, it was a little just too much for Robert Thornton. The wrong people shouting at the wrong time, and he stormed off the jockey. Even part of me was thinking, I don't think we'll see him at the MODUS Supers for a while, but fair play to him. He's back. He's back here on a Saturday night again. It wasn't going to plan early.
120.
He's fighting back.
And you can often get that, can't you, when it's quite quiet, or you can hear one voice when it's 1,000 people, 2,000 people, it's a wall of sound. I mean, you're quite used to playing in front of small crowds, aren't you, Glenn? What?
Yes, my exhibition circuits are going absolutely fantastic. Take that smile off your face, Edgar.
40.
Bounce on the floor, and the shiny shoes of our referee, Owen Binks.
$93.
Well, Ron Moulenkamp was second best early part here. A little bounce out for Robert Thornton.
140.
Very much in the balance this game right now. He should start in the 19s, Ron. Shiny throw there, and look at those shoes. They are absolute beauties.
Well, on Bruno Mars, them, aren't they?
That's why I lost. That's where the shine was coming from. I'm going to use that as an excuse.
48.
No excuse for Moulenkamp so far. This is for a big, big lead. What a dart that is. Shuley follows it. Oh, absolutely outstanding. It's double 14.
134. Robbie require 100.
You're going to take out a ton topper here, Thornton. This is the one you'd expect him to do. He treble for tops. Single would have been tops, but it's double 10. The levelers up.
90.
That is disappointment there for Robert Thornton. You can see himself giving himself an almighty telling off.
Staying focused. Double 2.
Game shot.
What a beautiful dart. And boy, does he let his opponent know, the crowd know. That's very reminiscent of the old Ron Moulenkamp. He liked to scream and shout.
It's Robert to throw first.
He likes that adrenaline going through there. He'll be feeling really good about himself right now, and Thornton is up against it.
97.
Possible here with Moulenkamp, maybe just a little bit of coldness in the hand. We see the dart occasionally kicking up, and I've seen him blowing on his hand. He's putting the hand under the armpit, maybe just trying to get a bit of heat in there. I know you're someone who used to carry a hand warmer around in your case, didn't you, Glenn?
Yes, I used to sell them as well at the UK Open. It was always bitter cold there, wasn't it? But yeah, but like I say, without me going on about the stage, I just thought it was lovely and warm up there. The conditions are fantastic for great darts. There's never an excuse from the players about that stage, and that just gives an awful lot of credit the way Ron Moulenkamp started. I'm sure for many players, Robert Thornton would have been the pick for. And Robert
43
is not out of this game.
Not surprised here that you'd sell the other players the hand warmers as well. The little guy that would sell your own mother a cup of tea.
I bought you a breakfast today. What more do you want?
66.
Great recovering last start there from Robert Thornton. About 120 ahead in this one.
recovery is the story that Robert Thornton's going to hope we're talking about by the end. Because he's got to be perfect from here.
100.
But it is only one breaker throw. That would be required. He'd fancy himself on the darts.
100.
Yeah, when you're 3-1 down, there's a fear that you get a little bit hurried. Like I said, Robert likes to play someone with a bit of pace. Ron does offer that different challenge because, like I said, he'll be on the hockey a lot more than you because he's a lot slower, a lot more composed. And I tell you what, Ron Mullenkamp,
136.
this has been a good performance so far.
Well, there is only 2 matches to play in these little mini group stages on a Saturday night.
45.
Can't
Ronnie
afford to lose
McGuire,
big early on, and right now that
167.
would be a concern for Robert Thornton. Again, just a little blow on the hands and resets, rebuilds, and revisits the hockey. Not being rushed.
This would be a special way to start the proceedings. He's bullseye away.
117. Robbie Rick, 136.
Feel this needs to go, and it might. You can tell by Robert
96.
Thornton's reaction.
Ronnie
He thinks that's the
McGuire,
last time
50.
he's going to visit the hockey in this match.
And his desired target is double 16. Once again, just takes his time for the match. And Mullenkamp is
shot
up
and
and
the
running.
match.
That was a
Ron
beautiful
Mullenkamp.
performance. And look how delighted he is. And Robert Thornton storms off the stage. He's got plenty to do as Robert Thornton, but it's all about that man walking off the hockey. Excellent performance from the Dutchman. Ron Mullenkamp is up and running as we look at the tail of the tape. Very solid performance from the Dutchman. 87.7, good on the outer ring. And very stellar start from Ron Mullenkamp. And next up, we will see the Group B winner, David Davis, and he plays Chris Landman.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Rob Moulenkamp get his campaign off to a perfect start, getting the better of Robert Thornton by a margin of 4-1 to kickstart his campaign in Group 1. We'll head back to that a little bit later on in the programme. But, excuse me, we're going to begin Group 2 now, and we're going to see David Davis. Now, he is the man who won Group B, became only the 4th player in Super Series history to have won all 8 of his fixtures in that particular group. Now, he's going to take on the man who just squeezed through last night. That was Chris Landman, the Dutchman, who was the favourite for large race of the week to go on and lift the title here tonight. He managed to get through 3rd in the group and is hoping to pick up a first weekly title here in Portsmouth. But before the action got underway, Glenn Dunn caught up with both players.
Well, good evening, David Davies, the Group B winner and unbeaten as well. Surely that exceeded your expectations.
Everyone's, I think, especially mine. As I said yesterday, the group was massive with potential. A couple of people back home, they seen the group, they were like, oh, I'd be lucky to get through there. And not only did I get through, I did it in style.
Yeah, I really enjoyed your company backstage, and your darts were phenomenal on the practice board as well. And what was the most satisfying element when you got onto that stage?
Just seeing the darts go in from the practice room, because I knew they were going in. I knew I was playing well, but it's difficult to do it there, to carry that momentum onto the stage, and I'm glad I did.
And that momentum takes you to Saturday night. What do you think it'll need? What attributes and skills do you think you'll need tonight to lift that trophy?
The same again. I got to improve on some doubles. I did watch my games back. A couple of doubles slip here and there. So if I tighten up on them today, I think I should be okay.
Well, you look cool, calm and collected in Group B. Very, very best of luck tonight, David. Good
Cheers,
luck.
Glenn. Thank you very much.
Well, welcome to Chris Landman. You got through in the end. You got a little bit tight in that Group B campaign. How do you assess the week so far?
At the beginning, I played well, I think, but my doubles was not so good. And and yesterday I've got lucky. I got through, I think. Yeah, if I lost the first game, and then the rest I must winning. But if I lost to Conan, it was done. But yeah, I won, and I won from what's her name? I don't know. Yeah, Hogan, Paul Hogan. Yeah, Paul Hogan. Yeah, and Conan loses from him. Yeah, from Paul Hogan. Yeah, and I think okay, I win, but I didn't know I was through yesterday.
Yeah, it's a great surprise sometimes, because we were backstage, we were chatting away, we didn't know exactly. You practiced very heavily, your rhythm looked great. You just didn't always take it onto the stage. You're not going to get away with that tonight, so you're going to have to bring your A game tonight, aren't you?
Yeah, that's what I got to do. Yeah, and what you said, in the practicing, it's all felt, and the triples went good. But if I upstage and going upstage, yeah, it's above, it's there beneath, and then the first dart for me is very important if this go in, and then we will see. But yeah, I do my best.
And final question: you got to a Players Championship final this year. You've got the pedigree. You've got a great chance tonight. Surely you believe in yourself.
Yeah, sure. I always believe in myself. If I play my A game, what you said, then I can be there everyone. So, and that's where we go for.
Well, from me, Chris, good luck.
Thank you.
Glenn knows that he can live with Landman's level. Not if he does stuff like this, though.
Shot
and
on the
he
first
hits
leg, Chris
Glenn
Landman.
Durrett with a haymaker straight away.
Tops.
Game shot.
For a superb way to win the match. The 2-0 lead in the break of throw. Landman's got 6 of 98. It's going to be double 12. He finds the double 12, and that is a 12 darter. And he's continuing, and continuing, and continuing.
Looking to punish, looking to bite on the bullseye. Oh, that has got to hurt.
But he's got a task against David Davis, who here at the Super Series has had quite the week thus far. He's won all 8 of his games in preparation for tonight. And he said that new shirt has breathed new life into him. He came here with polo shirts bought from supermarkets, but now he is very much his own player, his own quantity, and he wants to pick up the trophy this evening in comms. Chris Mason, no, it's not. It's Matthew Edgar and Glenn Dunn.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And that is David Davis, and I was extremely impressed with his campaign in Group B. Very likeable, very softly spoken, but fiercely determined when you're on that stage with him. And I just get the sense he's just beginning his journey in darts. He is going to go to Q School as well and give that an opportunity, but I think he'll have to up his averages. I think he was very, very consistent, and that might not be enough tonight, but it's been a great week so far against a guy who was very, very difficult to work out. And when you play Chris Landman, Matthew Edgar, you just don't know if you're going to get the brilliance from him He's very, very unpredictable.
He is, but he's also come out of the same sort of ilk here as David Davies. And when you think David Davies
97.
has yet to taste defeat, that brings its own positivity with it as well, doesn't it? When
100.
you just keep winning, and yes, he's missed opportunities at times, and surely that just builds more confidence, though, because you realise that, do you know what? I don't have to be at my A game to win games of darts. I don't have to hit everything. If an opportunity presents
134.
itself, I'm going to take it.
And another good start here from Davis against the WDF
23.
finalist only a few weeks back. It was Chris Landman, so he comes here in good form. Got to the Players' Championship final as well, which for Chris Landman just shows you that he is one of those players when he gets that rhythm right. But once again, David Davis
180.
continues to impress. He's got his family with him here today. He said it's a really big night for him.
100.
And he's determined to succeed, and you just
David,
want to
you
come out the
require
traps
90.
quickly.
Sensible play from David Davies, not chasing down the bullseye,
50.
just setting up tops, a double that he has been enjoying throughout this week.
Yeah, the only problem with David Davis is using Ryan Joyce's flights. I
125.
told them to get rid of them,
David, you require 40.
but they're working for him so far. That pair flight does like the top of the board here. Just sucking in the air, staying cool, calm and collected. There's his sighter.
No score. Chris, you require 153.
Sometimes even the stories you tell yourself as well. In that interview with yourself, Glenn, you were saying that he feels he needs to tighten up the doubles at times. And with that, you
60.
can almost talk yourself
David, you
into
require
missing because you
40.
overemphasise the importance.
Well, he's got a second chance here. He just look a little nervous, but of course it's the first leg for him tonight. He'll want to put this one to bed, and
Danger on the
does.
first leg.
Good start from the
David
Welshman.
Davies.
There's his family and friends there. They'll be a big, big help. He'll look over to them and you get inspiration. You can
Second leg is Chris
feed
gets
off them.
reversed. Game on.
Chris Landman, he's here alone. And like I said, he has this incredible rhythm, the way he just flies them darts through.
100.
As a player, David will be thinking, I'm at the hockey all the time here, so he just take his time. And that smacks maturity to me.
Let's think forward and just project a little bit. Darryl Pilgrim is the other player in this group, in Group 2.
180.
Does that make this game even more important when you've got such a big hitter like Pilgrim waiting?
Absolutely. That's exactly what my
85.
notes say. My notes say that this one has got more significance because Darryl Pilgrim's in this group. And I think they'll sense that. There's a lot of chatter when you're in that players area, and I think they'll both realise that Pilgrim's going to get the headlines.
60.
He's a big favourite, and it just puts a little bit of extra oomph on this game.
He's not just the favourite for individual games, he is the favourite
140.
in regards to winning this week, picking up this title.
Well, he's a course and distance winner, is Darryl Pilgrim. He has high expectations of himself. But another great story would be for someone like David Davis, who
45.
didn't get all the headlines this week, but to go unbeaten in his campaign, you've got to get confidence from that.
We was talking the other day about where people make their
100.
names, and we spoke about Robert Thornton picking up those PDC titles and where people are sort of best known for. David Davies doesn't have a career on the WDF, BDO, PDC where his name was made. He is a product of the MODUS Super Series. That's
92.
where people
Christopher Moore,
recognise the name
76.
David Davies from.
Yeah, you're going to get that more and more. Landman looks at 76, goes down to 16, 4 tops.
56. David, you require 124.
Thing with 1, 2, 4, you need a treble with one of your first 2 darts, so you'll stare down that treble 20. So you look at treble 18. This has to go. He gets it. Bullseye. This would hurt.
90. Chris, you require 20.
Fancied that, didn't he? Disappointed to go so wide, but he may come back. It's double 5, one more dart in hand.
15.
Landman not able to land
David, you require
the outer ring.
34.
Yeah, it was my little outside bet, but he just looks ragged at the moment. This man looks really composed. 2 darts, a double 16. Double 8, big dart.
18. Chris, you require 5. Game show on the second leg.
Well, Matthew Wakey,
Chris
you'll get
Landman.
plenty of emotion from David Davies. You can see on his face that when that double 8, I think when he let go that he thought that was in. With Chris
Well,
Landman, you
David
get
to throw
absolutely
first.
nothing from him.
Game on.
One thing you are getting from David Davies, though, is a few opportunities. He's had 9 darts now at the doubles and only been able to convert the 1, which was the thing he said in the interview was the bit that concerned him.
137.
Has he talked himself into missing?
Yeah, that's the subconscious work, and you give me a good telling off about my
140.
negativity. And like you said, the fact he's highlighting he needs to improve his doubles. Sometimes you just need that little bit of bravado, even if it's just to tell yourself you're going to succeed.
95.
One of the good things, though, about David Davies, I've seen a real key strength is he's just been able to brush off the negativity.
180.
But can he brush off quality darts? Because that is 5 treble 20s in just 6 darts thrown here for Chris Landman.
Yeah, that's what he was doing on that practice area. And this is a great response from Davies. They practiced a lot together backstage yesterday.
140.
Two polar opposites in their styles, their throw, their pace. But right now, there's nothing at all to
55.
separate them.
David, you require 129.
Can still finish. He's been here before. He should have known what Landman needed.
104. Chris, you require 126.
Family and friends, isn't it?
Living every moment.
101.
He'll be
David, you
feeling the
require
pressure more than
25.
David Davies is when you're sitting there. There's nothing you can do. And it was the sound of that applause, which we may hear again. Davies can hit the double 8.
You
No
just
score.
sense the shoulder tightens there. He
Chris, you
knows.
require 25.
Double 8's been his nemesis so far. And that's a miss of a big number. They're feeling it.
21.
Scrappy, messy,
David, you require
scoring
25.
good.
$17. Chris, you require 4. Game show on the third leg. Chris Landman.
And that one will really, really hurt David Davis. He'll be thinking he could and should be 3-0 up. And
4
Landman will
minutes,
be
Chris to
thinking,
throw first.
how on earth
Game
am
on.
I 2-1 up?
Just been taking a moment just to listen to the
40.
difference in the applause when Chris Landman, we've got a nice steady pace of the applause, a respectful clap. When David Davies wins a leg or does something good, it's fast, aggressive, because that's the emotion coming out in the supporters as well.
45.
Yeah, they've travelled from Denbigh in Wales. I was chatting with
57.
Mark Webster, who knows David very, very well. I think they played together in the same team, and he had high hopes and expectations for him, and he has delivered this week. But just you sense the Saturday night is like a different competition. It feels more
41.
like a knockout where you can't really afford to lose a game. And we're just beginning to see players' vulnerabilities, nerves kick in.
85.
Actually played a bit of pairs together as well, Mark Webster and David Davies, which is quite ironic because David Davies uses Mark Webster's darts. They only need one set between them because passed them around.
So Mark Webster's darts and Ryan Joyce's flights.
34. $99.
Landman is just beginning to take control of this game. There's the dart and the angle that pear-shaped fly can offer as a dart player.
77.
Bit of a saviour that last dart, but Landman in total control right now.
95.
The damage has been done in this leg for Landman. It's now in his hands. David Davies will get back into this with Landman mistakes, because the opportunity to do it with his own brilliance has gone on past.
48. Question record 125. $85.
Landman just go back. He'll be working out and looking at a double top. And David Davis, you're thinking, where were these trebles at the beginning of this leg?
140.
Exactly
40.
what he does, but chance for Landman.
20.
We said he'd need to
David,
see
you
some
require
Landman mistakes.
116.
3 darts in hand, unable to convert there for Landman. Oh, and he's slipped into the 5. Just about to say that we know he's capable of doing these, because he hit this sort of combination to beat you, didn't he, Glenn?
Thank you very much. Pick that one off. You've got another 9 to go, I can see on your
42.
notes there.
Which required 20.
But Landman hasn't been a spectacular match at all so far. It's about getting the 2 points you sense.
On the 4th
And
leg.
it's Landman with a little fist pump there. You don't often see that from Landman. There's so much more in the locker from both players. But it's Landman who probably wasn't getting the look at the beginning of the week. And this guy, whenever it was close, David Davis, he won a lot of his games. He was unbeaten. And them tight affairs, he was just getting the better of it. But tonight, it's a roles reversal so far.
58.
That gives him 2 potential thought patterns here. He can either go, I'm 3-1 down, but I've not been beat, so I'm going to pull this back. I've got that belief. Or, because I've won 8 out of 8, and when it comes to the most crucial game, it's all going a bit wrong. Why do I lose this one? We're getting to see here, and we'll see it unfold. Sort of mindset that David Davis has. Is it a positive, productive, or is it dwelling?
Yeah, and the tough thing is when you're playing Chris Landman, is that he can just do an 11 darter in the blink of an eye. So it might be a little bit of hope over expectation as we look at the style. Very upright is Dave.
95.
Lovely extension of the arm. He looks very pleasing the way he throws there, where that is just rhythm. That's all it is. If the first one goes,
59.
the rest will follow. A Landman record speed time. We see Dave approach. He's staring there. Very little can go wrong with that. Not an awful lot going on there. Look at the extension. That second out was stunning.
180.
Beautifully balanced technique of David Davies.
59. David, you require 28.
Going back to the doubles. 7% so far in this game. A bit more 180s than he has doubles.
Game on the 5th leg.
David
David
Davis. 14 darter. The comeback's got to start somewhere. That's exactly, there's a first nod of appreciation to himself. But the biggest 3 darter this match.
First. Game on.
Are now pending. And all David Davies wants to hear is a trebleless visit.
60.
And gets that. Now he has to attack.
Beautiful first start.
121.
So when we look at the versatility and the all-round player of David Davies,
Whoa,
he is demonstrating those qualities, but that's my fear when you play Chris Landman. You think, I've got him. He's playing nowhere near his level best. And in the space of 3 seconds, you hear the maximum.
And the mindset just switches to leave me alone, give me a chance, give me a break.
128.
I'm liking this version of Davies now. Because he's rhythm, because he's found the target, the rest follows. And this man will be... Why now?
$60.
That hands a
Which
big
require
advantage
81.
now to Landman. Guarantees him 6 starts at the 81.
$49.
Very sensible play. Leaves his favourite double 60. He might be shaking his head there. But inside, he's planning his attack to win this match.
Going to be under pressure. But is this too late? It's certainly not too little. It can't be any
180.
bigger.
Question required.
Well, he certainly
32.
put the pressure on. He doesn't often feel pressure, Landman.
Game
And it's
shot
a double
and the
Dutch
match.
start in
Chris
the opening two
Landman.
matches. Wins for Ron Moolenkamp, and now for Chris Landman to get through a difficult game against David Davies. He'd be bitterly disappointed with his doubles percentages in that game. He knows what he'll have to do. And look at those averages. Averages don't win games because Davies was the better player. And quite simply for David Davies, 2 from 16 on the outer ring must be improved in his next match against Pilgrim. But a great start from Landman. He knows there's more in the locker, but he is up and running as we move on to the next game. The first time we see Paul Hogan, and he plays Ron Moolenkamp.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Chris Landman got the better of David Davies by 4 legs to 2. So that puts him in a strong suit to progress through to the semi-finals just after 10 o'clock this evening. And the first man that can book his way there could be Ron Moolenkamp. He needs just a couple of legs in his next game to qualify. He takes on Crocodile Dundee, Paul Hogan, who qualified through Group B on Thursday and Friday, respectively. A regular when it comes to the Saturday night setup here at the Super Series, but he's yet to get that trophy on his resume so far. He's hoping that tonight is the night. And early on this year, he caught up with his old adversary, Glenn Dowan, for a bit of a catch-up.
Well, welcome, Paul Hogan. And Paul, Group B campaign, it was pretty comfortable in the end. You were always in that top 3, and you must have been really happy with that.
Yeah, I was happy, but you know, I had to try and do my best to get through. The ideal thing was to do is to try and finish in the top 3 and qualify for Saturday.
Yeah, well, you did that. Like I say, it feels like a different competition this Saturday night. What do you think you'll need tonight to lift that trophy?
I'm going to have to play a lot better. I mean, I played well on Thursday in a few games and struggled. You know, I've just got to try and just produce my own game well I can.
Yeah, and County Darts tomorrow, your beloved Berkshire, you'll be there, won't you, still?
Yeah, I'll be there tomorrow, yeah.
And I've got one final question. I want a real honest answer from you. 7 years you waited to play me and beat me. Be honest, Paul. How good did that feel?
It felt great, but I tried really hard against you because the respect I give you for what you've done, and yeah, I was just happy to win that one.
Well, the answer's there. Remember, don't try too hard. Be relaxed tonight, and the very best of luck.
Thanks, Glenn. Thank you very much.
So Hogan takes the stage here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, a stage that Luke Littler made his own in 2023. And he has been tweeting us this evening to say that he is tuning in to the action on the YouTube channel. And don't forget, if you are tuning in, do subscribe to that. To watch action just as this, Ron Meulenkamp and Paul Hogan. This is a battle from back in the BDO days. And talking about battles from the BDO days, the king of the BDO for many years is in the commentary box, Glenn Dunn, who's alongside the king of Iceland, Matthew Edgar.
And Slovenia, Henry. Let's not leave that one out. But for Ron Meulenkamp, he's kind of done a lot of the evening's work in that opening game, beating Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 1. That means he only needs a couple of legs here, just 2, to book his place and leave Paul Hogan and Robert Thornton, the 2 senior darters, to battle it out. Paul Hogan, we talk about his time at Lakeside, but my mind goes straight back to the UK Open and those campaigns that he had down in Minehead, where he didn't just beat the back-to-back world champion in Gary Anderson, he also followed that up with wins against Adrian Lewis, took Gerwyn Price all the way to the wire, and he almost became a bit of the furniture, didn't he, down at the UK
it's
Open?
Ron to throw first.
Absolutely. One of my questions was it will be refereed by Owen Binks there. One of my questions was, when you think of Paul Hogan, what do you think of and those incredible Riley's qualifier runs at the UK Open? But he's got a tough task against Ron Meulenkamp. We did say in that first game that you just sensed he meant business tonight. And like you rightly said there, not only was it a win against Robert Thornton, but a big win. That 4-1 means he's a heavy favourite to qualify from
100.
This Group 1.
I'm going to rewind the tape a little bit and go back to yesterday evening when Paul Hogan did qualify through his Group B campaign, but he was wincing quite a bit and holding on to that elbow. There was a few concerns. He didn't really refer to that too much in the interview, so maybe it was just like a short-term niggle, but you do sort of find as you get a bit older, as you'll be able to tell us, Glenn, that
you can tick that one off as well.
The body does start to break down a little bit, doesn't it?
It got to a stage last night that every player was injured and I still couldn't win a game.
57.
You was injured yourself, wasn't you? You was trying out your new Christmas present shoes last night.
Never again. Ripped my feet to shreds there, did. But Conan White had done me like a kipper the night before because he said his shoulder was hurting so bad. He said, I might struggle to see out this game, Glenn. Hence the reason I left just a little angry.
You've played that game many times the other way round.
I think my wife got it right, actually. She said, did you wear your mallets? I said, oh, yeah. She said, well, you played like Timmy Mallet.
40.
Yeah, once again, he's just feeling that elbow there, isn't he? It's when you look at injuries, you know, your elbow because of I always think it's a sign for me as Meulenkamp sets it up very nicely here. What a beautiful setup there.
136.
Not comfortable, is he?
We know Ron Meulenkamp's very comfortable in this area of the board. The double 18. Hold on to his throw in the opening leg. Nice comfortable leg of darts there for Ron Meulenkamp. Opponent not able to get a dart at the double. That's what we call a clinical clean
Second leg is Paul to throw first.
Throw.
Go on, tell me he's holding his arm as well. Right, where's my dart? I might get through somehow here. I'm the only player going to be left without an injury.
So we're raffling an extra place off, are we?
I've got to get the Champions League somehow. But what a great start to the night for Ron Meulenkamp. I'm just noticing there, of course, he's a left-hander there. And where he was feeling his arm was his non-throwing arm. And for Paul Hogan, very comfortable in qualification, very quiet in the backstage. He was just doing his own thing. And I thought provided one of the best games of the week so far. That beautiful 103 average, so he knows it's there. But right now, this man is only a leg away from automatic qualification.
96.
I don't think it was an injury there for Mühlenkamp. I think it's what I alluded to in the last game, that maybe he's just got a little bit of coldness in the hand, and you know how hard sometimes it is just to shake that feeling. It's not like you can go run your hands under a warm tap or get in a warm shower to warm up the bones.
140.
This is impressive. I thought Paul Hogan showed a lot of consistency in that Group B campaign.
85.
But he's up against it here, and that's when the lateral drift can come in a little bit. How much more pressure can Mühlenkamp put on Hogan's finish? It's a good opening dart. Surely the next one will follow. Now it's tough. He'll have to move from there, you feel?
65. We reckon 126.
Never a fan of the 25 though. It does feel a bit like a burn of a dart. Hogan needs the ball.
101. Ronnie
There's
McGuire,
been so many 25s left.
156.
Like I said, one of the great supporters is Paul Hogan's wife, Angela. She's been a terrific support over the years, and she'd be throwing every dart for Paul. He knows he's coming back.
Spoke about when the miss comes, that can often dictate how you feel about it. If he was stood to wait and watch a dart go against him, it would keep the heart rate going, but the preparation time started early.
Game shot the second.
Oh, that showed a lot of character, that dart there from Paul Hogan. Like I said, he's having his ups and downs this week, but that was really solid because Ron Mühlenkamp was just on that double there.
Any room to the right there. He's got that right in the corner.
180.
Yeah, averaging just shy of 100 at the moment is Ron Mühlenkamp.
140.
High quality affair so far. And just the way he's finding that. He said he's still a couple of months away. He's back practicing again. Maybe just a little bit too early for
100.
a total assault on this MODUS Super Series and Q School. But I tell you what, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Ron the Bomb at the moment.
The journey Ron Mühlenkamp's going to go on, obviously, down the PDC route. The next couple of weeks are vital to your entire year.
Was he one of your 10 picks? I noticed you were scrutinising the entries and giving your thoughts.
There was a player who's playing tonight that was in my 10 picks. They haven't seen yet. Darryl Pilgrim, who will be coming up in our next game against Chris Landman, starting his attack on Group 2.
121.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyable game at the moment. Both on a finish after 9 darts. Mühlenkamp decides to start on the bullseye. And lay very nicely. It's a beautiful looking dart of Mühlenkamp's. This would be special.
That allows Mühlenkamp to start the preparation for his attempt at a 13 dart leg here. A 13 darter that would guarantee his pathway to the semi-final.
Game shot on the third.
Clean and clinical as well. I get the sense though, Matt, that I don't think he realises that. He's not a big experienced MODUS Super Series. I know he said he watches the games there, and he won't know inside that he's definitely qualified now.
Well, you know what it's like when you go up on the stage. No one goes up on the stage to get 2 legs. 66. You're going up there to win. And I'm sure that's all he's thought here. He won his opening game. He knows if he wins, he's in. And then you've just got that little fallback. Did I do enough afterwards? But you certainly don't worry about that before the match.
Do you think Robert Thornton's watching this game thinking, I hope Ron wins, and then it's just a straight fight out? Do you think that's how he'll be seeing the situation?
100.
Absolutely. I'd be doing exactly the same. In fact, I did, because at this point, that's when I was trying to wind Justin Smith up, because I wanted Jim McEwen to beat him to give me that straight shootout opportunity.
This is so impressive. I mean, they're on a pinhead, aren't they? I mean, not only is he pinging the 180s run, but the grouping of the darts is a great sign for him. We've seen some fantastic stories here at the MODUS Super Series on the Saturday night, and players rolling back the years on new names, and a run right now. This is I was about to say this is stunning.
85.
Got two players playing a good standard. That one little slip into the 5. All it takes to present an
100.
opportunity.
And that's what it's going to take for Paul Hogan to win this game when your opponent's averaging over 100. Just a slight drift there, so that gives Hogan some hope. Once again, Matt, the fact that you feel frustrated with the treble one, but the way you bounce back to leave a 2-darter, this 130 has to go.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Paul Hogan.
There's his family and friends who, like I said, have been an incredible support over Paul Hogan.
5th leg is Ron to throw
And
first.
there's the interaction.
Game
Where did that come from, he's saying? No emotion at all from Ron Meulenkamp there, which was interesting. But Super Darts Hoagie.
Ron Meulenkamp, as we said at the top of the show, was played at the Alexandra
140.
Palace in the PDC World Darts Championship on 6 occasions. He's played on the Lakeside stage twice. He's seen this all before. That's one of the things that you get when you spend a lot of time on the Pro Tour. Someone hits you with something heavy and you just go, okay, let's get on with the next one. I've seen it all before.
However, just a caveat to that, Matt, is the fact that he hasn't played regular darts lately. He said he's back on the practice board
60.
now. And one thing I do know, them times of success can feel a long time away. And when you get in this situation that you haven't been in a long time, as well as Meulenkamp's playing, I'd more favour Hogan at this point, who's battle-hardened. He's still regularly still playing local competitions. Boy, does he love a scrap.
Well, we know this time of year, there are loads of Christmas Opens, New Year's Opens, and Paul Hogan will be regularly walking out your local workingmen's club with a pocket full of cash this time of year.
Yeah, if there was 200 quid on offer, then there's only one winner in this match.
100.
A beautiful game from two players really at the top of their game. And Ron Meulenkamp still averaging now over 102. That'll have dipped there. Can he bounce back like he did previously?
81.
Cracking last dart.
Crucial last dart. Keeps himself in with an opportunity.
Oh, Paul Hogan, 130 in the previous leg.
126. Ronnie require 80.
That would have got the heart rate going for Meulenkamp, who's thinking, not again. 2 darts. Hold on to his throw. Fantastic darts again from Ron Meulenkamp. Holding on to his throw, a sign of respect from Paul Hogan, who knows he's in a battle. Can he find enough to break the throw? You feel it's got to be a 12. But first of all, got to hold his throw to get to that opportunity.
Yeah, cracking game. And
60.
Paul Hogan will take the positives in his next game against Robert Thornton on the back of this one, irrespective of what the final result is.
60.
It's great to see, isn't it, Ron Meulenkamp? He lost his tour card at a very torrid time of things in 2023. Certainly making inroads back to where he was. And not just to back to where he was, but maybe one step beyond.
Well, that's madness. That's too old for you, or?
No, I was going to make the joke, but you beat me to it.
No, I don't know that one. What I do know is Paul Hogan
95.
is feeding off that crowd involvement tonight. He ain't beaten. He keeps looking over to his family and friends. He'll just be given a nod of a head of appreciation. Come on, a little fist pump. Keep fighting. For Ron Meulenkamp, it's very much of an individual display tonight. He hasn't got anyone with him in the crowd. But he'll be just deep in thought doing his own thing. And the pair of them are putting on a great show.
60.
What you got to do, keep in there, keep fighting, and just hope that the opportunity presents itself.
$140. Or you require 106.
That's what Meulenkamp's done there, isn't it? Stayed in there, give himself the opportunity should it present itself, but
a double check of the score there, 46. Double 18, he loves this double. And that's the reason why that's plumb.
Paul
That is
Hogan.
smack bang in the middle, and they're happy. Hogan's happy. And I just sense, Matt, that this game deserved to go the full 7
final, I guess
legs.
Ron to throw first.
I
Game
often sit here
on.
in this chair, and when I see something good, I'm sort of nodding along with it. I feel like that nodding dog that sits in the back of the car now. Constantly sat here nodding along with this game, a quality affair.
140.
Oh, yes. From Moulenkamp. Can he respond?
100.
I have to say, it's fantastic that Luke Little, we've just been talking off air, the fact that Luke Little is watching his first time watching the MODUS Super Series.
60.
£5,000 the winner tonight. They go into the grand final where there's 20 grand to play for there. Luke Littler was an absolute superstar at the
100.
MODUS Super Series, and it was nice to see the recognition of that when he was doing the big things, and it was a real platform for him. Could it be the platform for this man, Ron Moulenkamp? He's been superb so far tonight. He will be in the semi-finals, whatever the result.
58.
But Paul Hogan, look at him. He's self-motivating himself. He knows this is a chance.
He's waiting for an opportunity, and 2 trebleless visits there for Ron Moulenkamp have presented themselves.
100.
3 straight tons for Paul Hogan, enough to give him a small advantage in the scoring stakes.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Matt, but I just used to love going 4 tons and then a 101 checkout.
60.
Just look at Paul Hogan, not watching any dart. He's just deep in thought, assessing the situation, and now he's put himself in a position to win this match.
105.
Sensible switch there as well to leave the 2 dart possibility. And he has wrestled the advantage away from Moulenkamp. Biggest dart of the match here for Moulenkamp so far.
59.
That is 4 trebleless visits in a row.
Exactly the same procedure for Hogan. Looked at the floor, now looking at the tag. And what he's thinking now, do I go double-double? And he hasn't made that decision. That decision potentially should have been done before. In the end, he's just going to lay up. Will he be back?
60.
He leaves his favourite double, but a chance for Moulenkamp.
Chance to retaliate the 130 that Paul Hogan hit against him earlier on. But this one is for the match. And it's the bull.
99.
Wow. And you can just sense from that reaction, he thought that was in. But Paul Hogan has shown all the fight. Great character is Paul Hogan.
Game shot.
And that is the game of the night so far.
Hogan.
2 players fully appreciating their tungsten skills there. It was a sensational game. And Paul Hogan, boy, does he love to be involved in a scrap. And a match that went all the way, and you can see how happy he is. The friends and family are happy. And even a kiss for victory for Paul Hogan. But look at those numbers. That was a special game. Both averaging very close to 100 throughout there. But it's Paul Hogan and that trusted double 18 that gets him over the line. A very, very enjoyable game. As next up we get Darryl Pilgrim, the big name, against Chris Landman. That's up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Paul Hogan got the better of Von Meulenkamp in the last leg, decided by 4 legs to 3. That's enough to send Von Meulenkamp through, and it puts Paul Hogan in a very good suit when he takes on Robert Thornton in a couple of matches' time. We'll head back to the finale of Group 1 very shortly. But it's now time for the middle match as far as Group 2 is concerned. And it sees the emergence of the bookmakers' favourite to go on and win tonight. Daryl Pilgrim, a man who has surfaced such a reputation because of what he's done on this stage in 2023. A 9-darter, a record average, a couple of weekly wins. He is looking to join Steve West in the 4 weekly win club tonight. Well, he takes on Chris Landman, who needs 3 legs to qualify his way through. And if Pilgrim can complete a whitewash win over the countryman, well, he'll find himself into the semi-finals himself. And earlier on this evening, Daryl caught up with Glenn.
Well, welcome Daryl Pilgrim, a real MODUS Super Series legend these days. I've had the honour to see the 9-dart and the highest average. You've set that ceiling so high now. On Monday, you were still averaging over 90, but people were doubting you. You come back in Group C. How did you see the week?
Yeah, I mean, after doing that, it's always hard to follow that. Yeah, the very first day was a bit of a weird one. Just couldn't find me doubles. I mean, I had 2 massive checkouts, but 3 darts, man, just couldn't hit it.
I just felt you looked a little tight in the shoulders, if you want my assessment from there. And I just thought, I use that term, that Rolls Royce throw that you've got. But look, that's qualification you're through. Surely you want to save your best darts for Saturday night.
Oh yeah, I feel I've got better as the week's gone on. So if I was going to struggle, I would prefer it had been at the start.
I've got to mention Q School. You're going to be one of the big favourites for that. This is ideal preparation for Q School, surely.
Yeah, when I saw the week come out, I thought this is a very good practice week, how hard it is, ready for Q School.
Yeah, you're a big favourite going in tonight. Is it your time to shine? You know how to win here.
Yeah, I'd like to think so.
What is that secret?
I don't honestly know. I wish I knew. Then I could replicate it 100% of the time.
Well, keep smiling. You've got every chance tonight, and the very, very best of luck.
Cheers. Thank you.
They don't get bigger than the fish, and Mr. P has turned his fortunes around. Wibble and a wobble, the others tend to follow suit. Another one of them leaves the bullseye for Daryl Pilgrim for 164. Well, it can still be done. Shot for 24. Bullseye for an act of rescuing.
Shot on the 4th flag.
To perfect chagrin from Daryl Pilgrim. And so, one of the MODUS Super Series Premier players in 2023 is in action. That man there, Chris Landman, now when he missed out on the Lakeside title this time last month, losing 6-1 in sets in the final to the brilliant Belgian Andy Bartens. But he's got dazzling Daryl in his way in his second game of the night. A 4-2 victory against David Davis means 3 legs for him to go through. Pilgrim is in with a 4-0 win. Glenn and Matt are in comms.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Really looking forward to this game. And the fact that Chris Landman did get over the line in the first one, he'll be more relaxed. But the headlines are usually at the MODUS Super Series about that man, and he's done pretty much everything on that stage. This record, stunning average, the 9-darters. He knows how to win on a Saturday night as well. And like I say, he's heavy in practice for Q School next week. But without mentioning his name too much, Matt, Luke Littler did respond to our tweet, and he fancies this man to get through tonight.
Game on.
Chris Landman, he's that unpredictability. He's got that classy A game. He's been to a Players' Championship final. He's been the runner-up of the WGF, and he can throw darts like that.
Just explode at any moment, can't he, Chris Landman? Seen that throughout this week. He's got a good baseline of consistency with big explosive moments. He found those at the back end of the game against David Davies when presented with an opportunity. He said, thank you very much.
Yeah, one word that we haven't really touched, because these are 2 throws quite different. I'm a huge fan of that throw. I think it's poetry in motion. With Chris, it's a lot of it, we'll use the word rhythm, but also feel. I think when he gets the balance of the dart right and the first one goes in, the others follow. But you'll see that inconsistency because you've just got to get the feel and the weight of the balance right of the dart. And like I said, intriguing contest, this one.
58. Because you require 164. 44.
The tightness in the shoulders was the assessment that we had for Daryl Pilgrim on Group A. He certainly brushed that aside in Group C, but which version are we going to get tonight?
I felt he brushed it aside in the question as well, which we'll probably come to because it's so rapid, this one. We don't want to miss anything.
60.
Landman, you would expect to finish on that 60, so Pilgrim will be thinking, well, I need to put some pressure on this 60. Lovely close-up with a concentration on his face right now. Well, if you're going to put pressure on 60, that's the way to do it.
40. Now we require 36.
You are never out of a leg, and that stunning setup play from this man.
Game
and
shot
boy, does he love a double 18.
Daryl Pilgrim.
Sensational setup, double 18. Second best in that leg as well throughout.
Secondly, it's Daryl to throw first.
You'll see this
Game on.
ghost throw quite often Daryl Pilgrim does, just to try and set himself to make sure the arm's coming through straight and just be settled within the game. But it's something we see
134.
not too often. There are a few people. My mind goes to Paul Lim as someone who sort of was one of the originators of the ghost throw.
91.
A lot of the Asian players do it, and do you know the reason why? Because I only found out recently.
No, go on.
Because they play soft tip, and the computer's working out the finish. They've got like that 3 or 4 seconds before they can throw, so they use that time to keep their arm quite fresh, which I only found out recently as Pilgrim is really putting the afterburners on now.
Use
55.
compression sleeves quite a lot over in Asia as well, don't they? Quite a lot, which maybe will take off a little bit more with the success of what we've seen from the Asian players at the World Championships.
Well, if you're watching darts for the first time, for me,
99.
there's so many things in that throw, that Daryl Pilgrim. Whereas this one is just, look at the speed of it, look at the rhythm of it.
Now we require 128.
Should start the 18s, but the fact that Landman's on 255, he's got the opportunity to play safe, and safe he does.
$96. $140.
Well,
now we require 32.
Just keeps him interested, but the way Pilgrim is thrown at the moment, you don't expect him to miss this double 16.
Game shot on the second leg.
Why would you doubt him?
Daryl
He's
Pilgrim.
averaging just shy of 104 at the moment, Pilgrim. But I have to ask the question, Matt. You'll be playing in Group B next week. I know it's a bit of a late call-up. Are you looking forward to it?
No.
100.
Not in the slightest.
Now you're sounding like me, so stop that.
As long as I don't play like you, I'll be all right.
Why did I step that up?
You bowl them, I'll bat them.
87. $91.
Well thrown darts there from Landman. Didn't throw his arms in the air when you're hitting the wire there, and that treble 17 just keeps him in control of this leg.
58.
I always sense, I feel how when Daryl's playing well, when there's just zero body movement, and just in that second dart, I think even he felt the movement.
100.
He might be 2-0 up, but he knows the importance of this game. And remember what Henry said at the start of this, a 4-0 victory for Pilgrim in this match would see him through to the semis.
If you are tuning into the Super Series for the first time, the players you'll see here are non-PDC tour card holders. That's the only restriction we've got. Anyone else is fair game.
140.
Daryl Pilgrim, if he is to qualify through to Champions Week, might not be able to take his place because Q-School's coming up just next week. And I don't know about you, Glenn, but he's got to be top of the shortlist.
Like I said, I don't think his mind will be on that right now.
180. Christian requires 70.
Lifting this title is what he would love to do. Just going to be the one double for Landman. It's tops.
30.
Well, it's about as he's
Now
been
he
going low
requires
on it.
76.
And a chance for Pilgrim on 76. He has to stay straight in the first start. Just the one dart.
36. Christian require 40. $20. Now we require 40.
Doesn't look likely with those 3 darts there, Chris Landman. As if the blows that have been swung at him here from Daryl Pilgrim have landed.
Game shot on the third
Double 10
leg.
lands.
Daryl Pilgrim.
Landman is in big trouble.
I thought I was back at the alley pally there. Did you see the wiggle there?
Wolf against Daryl to throw first. Game on.
I think we've got Andy Bolton in the crowd there, wasn't it? Well, just a reminder, going into this game, Chris Lamb needed 3 legs to qualify.
59.
The one that's looking more likely right now, if Daryl Pilgrim wins this leg, he will be through to the semi-final. It's a big statement already to make, isn't it? A big 4-0 victory over the impressive Landman. He'll be a little frustrated the way this game's gone. He's had chances, 6 missed starts on the outer ring for Landman. That's been the deciding factor.
The worst situation that could arise, though, for
58.
Landman is he did get a victory in his opening game against David Davies. If he is to lose this one quite heavy, he's got a chance of getting
58.
through, but it's no longer in his hands. He's got to sit back, wait, and hope that results go his way. I mean, do you carry on practicing in that situation and just hope it goes your way? Or, I mean, you went for a walk around the track, but
43.
you didn't have to play the same day.
Yeah, and knowing Chris Lambert, I think he practices when he goes to bed. Honestly, for the few hours he was in that players area, he just stands there and
140.
practices relentlessly. He's not one of those players that sits down and he just gets in there and he'll be looking for a favour off Pilgrim, you feel. With darts like that first one, you just expected the 180 to come there.
100.
Hence, his response there was such a good first dart.
137.
He's something, another one to add to your list, but I practiced with Landman opposite boards to him yesterday. He threw 9 darts to my 3. I'm serious as well.
137. Chris
That
McGuire,
just kept going to the
66.
toilet.
A few times as he looks at treble 10, gets it. Been messing about with the doubles.
Game
Well,
shot on
that's
the
a beauty.
fourth leg.
That is
Chris
an absolute
Landsman.
beauty of a dart, that double 9, because Pilgrim was sat on 104 there. The one thing we can say, Pilgrim cannot
Field against
guarantee
Chris to throw
qualification to the
first.
semi-final
Game
in
on.
this match. Now he's in a fantastic position still. Badman's just one of those players. Can he just kick on from there?
125.
When you play Chris Landman, you can feel like you're 3-0 up and cruising, and just feels like within seconds, suddenly it's 3-2. But Pilgrim needs to stay focused.
140. $125. $180.
Del Pilgrim racing towards the finishing line. He won't be able to guarantee himself a place here in the semi-finals with a
57.
4-1 victory. Semi-finals will be coming up later on here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. If you are watching on the YouTube channel, please do drop a subscribe. Very large portion of our viewers are
100.
not subscribers. We've got loads of additional content as well as the live action 6 days a week on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel.
162.
Well, the setup play in the
They'll
first leg was the
require
real
81.
catalyst for Daryl Pilgrim. Landman just beginning to land some big blows now. Can Pilgrim see off this 81? He may need the bull. It is the bull for the match.
40. Christian require 32. $24. Daryl require
Just
41.
a little scruffy for Chris Lamb is my assessment of the game for him, and you can see the frustration in him, but you can see the focus in the eyes of Pilgrim. Double 16.
9. Christian require 8.
And he's landed 1 of his 11 tenths on the outer ring so far as Chris Landman.
Game shot on the
Last
fifth leg.
start in hand,
Chris
a double
Landman.
nobody enjoys, and I tell you what, Daryl Pilgrim probably doesn't enjoy it right now. Got another leg of darts to go,
Super
but
against
Pilgrim,
Daryl to throw first. Game
the
on.
advantage of throw, will be hoping to finally get over the line.
Yeah, I was just sort of watching Darryl Pilgrim there, and he
96.
raised his eyebrows. He was fiddling about with his darts there.
95.
The situation now, if Chris Landman wins this next leg, he's through.
77.
That's why I really enjoy a Saturday night. A minute ago, we were talking
60.
about Darryl Pilgrim qualifying through and Chris Landman having to sit and wait. He's now 346 points away from being able to get back on that practice board and stay there till his next match, as you rightly put, from your
140.
experience of sharing the room with him.
This is good for Pilgrim.
100.
We all know he's got this A game. We know he's got this explosiveness and these incredible averages he's been posting. And well, like I said, when your questions are asked about, you can get through a game like that.
81.
Once again, he doubted himself with the first two darts there, but that last dart just keeps him in control of this. It's a good performance.
100. Now we require 107.
And this, once again, is for the match. 88 left, so he goes to the 16 bed. That's a beauty for tops.
67. Question require 146.
Short format groups that we have on the finals night. We do also have the
130.
possibility of a 9-dart
Now we require
shootout should all the
40.
scores go the same. It was 4-2 to Landman.
$30.
And I was about to say, and it's 4-2 to
Question
Pilgrim.
requires 16.
He's surprised. I'm surprised. Landman is back in with a shout here.
8. Now we require 10.
Let's see what he thinks of that. No more messing about for Pilgrim now, you feel. Going to go direct for double five. There's his marker. And there's the finish. It was a tale of missed opportunities for Chris Landman. He'll be left frustrated there as we get the wiggle. And for Darryl Pilgrim there, he gets the win. He holds his hands up there. It's a 4-2 victory. So very interesting permutations in this group. But Darryl Pilgrim's done what he needed to do. He gets over the winning line. And he'll be delighted with those 2 points as we go on to the final games of these playoff games. It's Paul Hogan up next, and he will play Robert Thornton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. The crowd are jammed into the live lounge in Portsmouth tonight. It's packed to the rafters in Portsmouth on the first Saturday night of 2024, and they are about to see two big names go toe-to-toe on the Oki. Paul Hogan taking on Robert Thornton. Hogan needs just a couple of legs to qualify through to the semi-finals from 10 o'clock. Thornton, well, he needs a big win, 4-0 or 4-1, to keep his hopes alive of progressing through to the semi-finals, and that hope of eventually winning that first weekly title here at the Super Series. Right, Glenn Durrant, Matt Edgar, all yours.
First leg, it's Paul to throw first.
Been in
Game
situations
on.
like this through his entire career, the back up against the wall, and you don't need to come out swinging, you need to come out windmilling.
Well, he may need a windmill. Very hard because Paul Hogan has looked really polished tonight, really comfortable. He's got that win under his belt.
83.
And not only a win for Robert Thornton, as Henry alluded to, with the fact that he has to win 4-0 or 4-1. That is a big ask against a man who's looking in tip-top shape right now in Paul Hogan.
They are two players that we had minor concerns about at the start of the night. Robert Thornton had a little problem with his wrist. Paul Hogan had a problem with the elbow. They are two people that will have very similar goals at the moment. That is taking down titles on that seniors tour.
54. $44.
You just don't need commentary when Robert Thornton's playing. Just put a Thornton cam on.
85. $57.
What is it? Was Saturday night and
We
Robert
require
Thornton
102.
Just doesn't click, does it, for him? And if he is to get through to the semi-final, he can only lose one leg. And that might be in the very near future.
Well, it was 6 darts and 102.
70.
And the way he was playing, I just thought that double 16 was automatic and nothing that Robert Thornton can do about it. Very difficult times
99.
for the great
We
man.
require 32.
And a chance for Hogan.
Game shot the
And
first
everything he
leg.
seems to hit, he
Paul
knows what
Hogan.
the situation is. Just a little fist pump there. I was just wondering if he knows, not the fact that he wants to knock Thornton out, but he's
Second
just
against
thinking of
Roberts
his
to throw
own
first.
situation.
Game
And I was chatting to him about the seniors. He's ranked #1 is Paul Hogan. So a matchup between these two players could be
66.
only next month at the Circus Tavern at the World Seniors Championships, where Robert Thornton has been so dominant. And then we've got the Leonard Gates element as well. But don't write this man off. Paul Hogan is looking
100.
really good at the moment.
The only way Robert Thornton finds a way through to the semi-finals here by winning every single leg.
59.
Race to 4. Going to have to start finding those trebles, and very, very quickly. He does not have time on his side.
And then when you look up when your opponent's doing this on the treble 20 bed. But what I'm seeing
100.
is just a very relaxed Paul Hogan. A lot of that I put down to the fact his family, you can just see him joking and smiling. You didn't see that in the empty room when he was in his Group B campaign.
57.
He is feeding off his family and friends being there. Chatted very much his love for Berkshire County, and he will be there tomorrow, whatever happens
100.
tonight. He's so tough to beat in those circumstances when he's got the right people around him. And we did say at the beginning of the night that 5-1 was generous odds for
96.
Paul Hogan.
He has wrestled the advantage of throw away from Robert Thornton already, despite the fact he's got an extra 3 darts.
65.
Good board management. Thornton has to be immaculate from here.
100. We reckon 136.
Chance for Hogan on 136. Just a little look at the situation there. Had the option of going downstairs there.
82. Robbie, reckon 123.
He's a 2-darter. This has to go, or Thornton, you feel, is out.
Well, it's no longer in his own hands. Robert Thornton's
32.
fate lies in the hands of Paul Hogan.
We require 54.
54 points. 53 points.
We know what we're doing in these comms box, I promise you. And this time it is tops.
14.
Just
We require
all
91.
a little bit messy. They'd be frustrated at that because everything has been so good. Very traditional route for Thornton. Leaves himself the ball.
66. Paul, we require 40. Game
Robert
show, the
Thornton
second
is
leg.
out.
Paul Hogan.
That's the big news here at the MODUS Super Series. And Paul Hogan has been
Third against Paul to throw
really
first.
solid. Just that
Game
little
on.
slip up on the finish in there. But Robert Thornton is out and Paul Hogan will go through to the semi-finals alongside the very impressive Ron Moulenkamp.
100. $46.
How much of this do we put down to the negativity of Robert Thornton on a Saturday night? That maybe he's not just playing tonight,
82.
he's playing that story that we have told for many months now that just continues to grow.
Yeah, I interviewed him beforehand, and on my notes was like, don't mention,
85.
he knows, the people who watch the MODUS Super Series know the story that Robert Thornton just qualifies for a Saturday night, but just cannot lift that title. And I
100.
didn't expect him to go out so early. He's a great guy to be around, Robert. He will be the voice, the noise in that players area. But week 7 is no more
42.
for Thornton.
Let's not just say you didn't expect him to go out this early. Maybe didn't expect him to go out this early with this little resistance.
95.
Yeah, we expect the power, big scoring from this man.
100.
Thornton,
We
remember?
124.
We'll have eyes on the World Seniors in a few weeks. He mustn't get his head down too much, but for Hogan, a win here, and it would be 2 wins out of 2. He would top this Group 1. Double 8.
108.
And if Thornton is to get anything out of this, it's going to have to come down from his opponent's mistakes rather than his own brilliance.
58. We
There
require
might need
16.
to be quite a few mistakes.
Game shown the third
Hogan
leg.
continues to
Paul
make no
Hogan.
mistakes. He's a leg away from winning this match.
See the little fist pumps
Well,
there.
it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Might be a 56-year-old and a 60-year-old up there. But they still love the sport as if they were as young as Luke Littler. And Luke Littler's playing Pfeiffer. What's Pfeiffer?
40.
Yeah, it's a game, so it's like what you was playing earlier, Snake, but more modern.
Off FIFA. Oh, sorry, Luke.
140.
Can you get that on Commodore 64? I know what it's like to have steam coming out your ears now on that Rocky, so I'm with you, Robert. Let's wreck the joint.
28. 100.
Impressed with Hogan?
Mightily. I think it's so impressive as well on the basis of how he ended that Group B campaign. You would probably feared for him coming into this. He's been absolutely dominant in this
40.
group, and Robert Thornton looks like he's ran out of ideas. Looks like a guy who just wants to get off the stage and have done with it now.
60.
And his wishes may be granted very soon. Paul Hogan racing to the finishing line.
140.
I can't see an awful lot wrong with the throw. I have to just think. It's just some weeks, some days, it's not meant to be. And for me, the consistency's been this man really
60.
solid. He's been around about that 90 average mark throughout this match as Paul Hogan. Robert Thornton well below his very, very best. And Thornton is
100.
141 points away from a 4-0 whitewash loss here. This would be a special way to finish. He's been brilliant tonight.
105. Robbie Rick 153.
These might be the last darts that we see Robert Thornton throw here at week 7 in the
36.
Super Series.
Well, Hogan has left his favoured double 18. There's the breath. There's the focus. And there's the execution. Paul Hogan has been professional. He's been clinical. And his family and friends are absolutely delighted. And why shouldn't it? Because he's got a big smile on his face. But that's the end of Robert Thornton. We won't be seeing him in the semi-finals, but we'll be certainly seeing that man who once again goes over for his kiss. Lucky, lucky man. And he was solid throughout, was Paul Hogan. A 4-0 victory over Robert Thornton. Around that 90 average mark, just dipped right at the end. Excellent on the outer ring. Paul Hogan has been professional. Paul Hogan has been superb tonight, and he is through to the semi-finals. And next up, it's Darryl Pilgrim against David Davis.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're joined backstage with Paul Hogan. Paul, many congratulations on qualifying through to the semi-finals, and it's felt like so far this evening the flick has been switched.
No, not really. I mean, I've just gone up there and played my own game. I told Glenn I've got to up my game tonight, and it's clicked. So yeah, I'm just happy to get through.
I say through to the semi-finals. This is a format you know so well. You've been through to the semi-finals before, so you've got that experience of Saturday. How much are you hoping that can now be a bit of an advantage to you going into those semis?
I hope so. I mean, I lost in the final last time I down here. I mean, I didn't turn up in the final, but it's coming together at the moment, and hopefully I'm not going to count my chickens. Hopefully I can do it.
Over Christmas, you play a lot of open competitions and open formats. Obviously, this being the first week of the new year, do you actually feel like you've come into this week maybe with a lot more match practice than maybe what a lot of people had because you've been on the hockey playing a lot of competitions locally?
Yeah, but I have been playing competitions. I've lost in 2 finals. I've lost to 2 good players, Simon Whitlock, yeah, and Lee Evans, and I've pushed them all the way. The practice is going well. I was happy to get through on Thursday, and I thought, just play well on Friday, just get those 2 legs, and get through, and hopefully it'll click tonight.
Just talking about yourself more in general, what's the ambitions, what's the goals? Because we saw you at the seniors, obviously, one of the TV events in 2023, seen you been successful here at the Super Series, we see you around the circuit. What's the goals and the aims for 2024?
I hope to do well in the seniors. I mean, I haven't qualified for the Worlds, but I know I'm in the top 2 or 3. And, I've been practicing, going well. I hope to do well. I mean, I'm not going to Q school. I'm too old. I can't do that. I just keep doing the seniors and hopefully a few tournaments in the BDO. Hopefully I can pick up some points and hopefully get through.
And this would be a bad way to start the year here, would it?
Yeah, it'd be great. Absolutely superb. I'd love to win this. I've played so many times. I've come close a few times. To win this tonight would be great because they're a great bunch of players. And hopefully I'll come win it.
Well, fingers crossed. Wish you all the very best in those semi-finals. Thanks for popping by and having a chat with us, Paul. We got a couple more games to go as far as our group matches are concerned. It's David Davis up against Daryl Pilgrim. Can the Welshman continue his scintillating form?
And what a refreshing interview that was there with Paul Hogan, and just the opportunities players are getting now, even at the age of 60 there. And his throws as good as ever. And it was just nice to hear him, mid-competition there chatting about it. But I think we have saved the best to last. So many things can happen in this game. So let's have a little recap of this group 2. In the opening game, that man in your picture there, Daryl Pilgrim, he won 4-2. And the man walking to the hockey now, he's on the back of a 4-2 loss to Chris Landman. So nothing Landman can do. And the situation is this. Daryl Pilgrim needs 3 legs to qualify. The man just retrieving his darts, David Davies, needs to win 4-0 or 4-1 to qualify. But what is really interesting, if I'm being really greedy here, if the score is 4-2 to Davies, we would have a 9-dart shootout. Just to reiterate, if this man wins 4-2, 9-dart shootout. So all to play for in the last game. The crowd just behind it, just getting settled back in after that fantastic victory there for Paul Hogan. A big whitewash win over Robert Thornton. Come on, says Daryl Pilgrim. He knows what he needs to do. And he produces staggeringly good darts.
100.
Rob Muhlenkamp, Paul Hogan. 2 names you already know in the semi-finals. As far as this group goes, we've got none the wiser. We'll let you know all the situations as it goes throughout this match.
40.
Leg by leg. This is one of those games where pretty much every leg's going to change the complexion of the 2 players that go through.
93.
If you're wearing that players area waiting on someone to do you a favour, Matt, I think Daryl Pilgrim would be high in the pecking order of a player you would want to do the business.
81.
You'd pick yourself a darts tag team partner, it'd be high on the list.
60. 99.
It was all about consistency for Davies. He wasn't smashing in the massive averages in his Group B campaign. Just my assessment going into this match was he'll have to just raise that a little bit against Daryl Pilgrim, who you expect to average between 90 and 100. Even his bad games around about the 90 average now, and he So we're so close to that 100 average. Just not happening for Davies tonight.
30. Now we require 154.
This is a classic example, Matt, where qualification is just qualification, but the slate is clean as Pilgrim looks at this 154.
Robert Thornton, case in point of that, the winner of Group A, who's gone out already in Group
94.
1. They're on week 7. This game's just playing at a pace that's just quite mesmerising. It feels like it's drawing you in. I think that's because we know all the different permutations and the different
95.
pressures that
Now you
each
require
individual
60.
leg is going to have for the players.
There's the great angle to see how it's blocked that dart. So he had to move. You can see more of the left-hand side of the tops.
Game
and
shot
pings it as well.
Daryl Pilgrim.
And the crowd enjoyed that. Pilgrim enjoyed it. I guess the only person who didn't was the man approaching the hockey now.
David to throw first.
David
Game
Davies
on.
has been a real success this week. Now he has to find that all-round game. Now he has to find something really, really special.
140. $60.
David Davis. You have to thrive when challenged. It's the best we're seeing of Davies.
100.
140 ton start. Gives him control of this leg.
$140.
That's what you've got to do, Matt, against this guy. You just know he's going to ping ton 40 against you. This is good from Davies.
When you got the throw, it doesn't really matter what your opponent's doing when you're hitting.
140.
Why throwing first is so vital in these short format games. It can be the difference between the players.
140. David require 121.
A lot of admiration for Pilgrim. Should go for treble 17. Haven't seen many balls being hit tonight. He's just double checking the score at 161.
86.
I wouldn't have done that, David.
Now we require 161.
I wouldn't have done that because this is the reason why. For the ball. Well, I did tell you,
on the second
superb
leg.
darts there from Daryl
Daryl
Pilgrim.
Pilgrim.
Never give him a chance. That was outstanding.
Felt like it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
Well, you'd have done part of that, Glenn. You'd have missed the big number. But when we go back to the...
We've had an incredible moment like that, and you're still at me. What's going on here, Matt?
It is one of those moments, though, where you're saying to your opponent,
123.
if you're good enough. That's that message that it sends. If you're good enough, here you go, pal. Pilgrim just shown that he was good enough. I can't fault the play there, really, of David Davies. It's one of those where if you play it 100 times, 98 times, you're going to be okay.
Against Daryl Pilgrim, though? Come on.
Well, certainly got taught a lesson.
100.
And that's a good point. That last line is a good point. He's learnt a lesson there. I don't think David Davis will do that again. I think we will see him attack the ball, whether it's against Pilgrim or whenever he goes to next, you know, Q School, whatever. I think lesson learned in that last couple of minutes there, but don't ever leave this man a chance. He's mustard.
The timing of it is brutal as well when you look at the now scoreboard. David Davies has got over the next 4 legs to give himself any hope of getting through, and that will do is give him a 9-dart shootout. He cannot book his qualification now, even with victory in this match.
57. Now we require 138.
I must admit, I'm a fan of David Davies now, just as him as a person. He's been great around for a couple of days. But he's learning an awful lot right now. That there's another step up, there's another ladder. Pilgrim, for me, is one of the elite amateur dart players out there. How long will he be amateur for?
I'm sticking to a week. PDC Q School coming up next week.
100.
On Monday at the
Now we
NK
require
Arena in
98.
Milton Keynes. Right now, it's about the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. £5,000 up for grabs tonight. That double 19 would have booked himself a place in the semi-finals, but now he's
85.
making a mess of things. But he does have the luxury of time, the opportunity to make a mess of things, where David Davies can't strike back.
That's the best dart he's thrown tonight, that second dart,
85.
followed by
Now we
that
require
lateral
13.
drift into the fives there. So should be the big five. And don't go the... How do you
9.
hit a 161
David, you
finish
require 99.
and then mess about with 5 darts and a double there? Well, that's what's happened. It just gives Davies an outside chance. You might see him go tops here on 80. He has. The first one's in.
79. Now we require 4. Game shot on the third leg.
That
Darryl
double 2 for
Pilgrim.
Darryl Pilgrim is the end of the road for David Davies in terms of his possibility of qualifying through.
Fourth against David to throw first.
Darryl
Game
Pilgrim confirms his place in the semi-finals and takes Chris Landman with him.
Yes, that's a blockbuster
39.
semi-final. A couple of Dutch players there. This was the man with the expectation. He was the favourite going into it. And every time he comes to a Modus Super Series now, he will always be that big
45.
favourite. But he's handling the pressure very nicely. I think he's really enjoyed his time on the European Tour at the PDC. He's had opportunities to play in the Players' Championships. He knows where he wants to go in his career. And once again,
58.
he sensed that the Modus Super Series that has been his opportunity to shine.
It's the one
137.
that's put him on the map so far, isn't it? When we speak about David Davies earlier on, where he sort of made his name in the Super Series. Darryl Pilgrim, also another product.
60.
The Super Series. How long will we have him for, though? Criteria. Scorecard holders allowed to play in the Super Series.
99.
Yeah, solid without being unspectacular here for Darryl Pilgrim. He's around that 90 average, which we did mention. Even his standard game now is around the 90 average mark.
121.
And when he sees that 220, he'll be thinking maximum.
$140.
Well, this could be the last 3 darts of David Davis, and I know he watches the games back. You've been a credit to yourself, David.
180. Now we require 80.
And that's fighting quality there. But this is for the match. A little bit awkward. Just getting the right angle for that double 10. And once again, fantastic
70.
camera work to see his eye line.
Require 43.
Just a chance for Davies here. I think he warrants to get into this match. It's double 16. Doubles have let him down tonight. He needs a double-double. And it's not to
27.
be.
Now we require 10.
And it is to be for Mr. P. Darryl Pilgrim books his place in the semi-final. A comfortable 4-0 victory in the end there over David Davies, who has made another step forward in his career this week. He's made or joined those history makers in Group B as those players who have been unbeaten in a campaign. That's a step forward for David Davies, who I'm sure we're going to see again in the near future. Will we see Darryl Pilgrim again? We're going to see him later on in the semi-finals. He's going to be joining with Chris Landman, Paul Hogan and Ron Muhlenkamp. We'll be back at 10 p.m.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed the group stage worth of action before the breakdown. Pilgrim got the better of David Davies by 4 legs nil. Been watching all the action in the company of Matthew Edgar and Glenn Durrant. They both join me on stage now. We'll begin with you, Matt, and we'll begin with just your overall thoughts and reflections of the evening so far.
I think it's been quite one-sided for the players that have gone through, actually. They've made it look quite comfortable and easy. It hasn't been, but it's just been down to the taking of the opportunities. Whenever they've presented themselves, they have been gone. And I've been mightily impressed with a few people tonight. Ron Muhlenkamp really has continued to raise it through the levels and go back to that Ron Muhlenkamp we know. But Paul Hogan, my, what a turnaround for him. He left here yesterday after a couple of dodgy performances, holding on to the elbow and the arm. There was question marks over him, but he's answered them quickly.
You've been surprised by the one-sided nature of some of the matches tonight.
Yeah, I was surprised with Robert Thornton, of course. He is box office and he's good for this crowd, he's good for the competition, so I was disappointed to see him go out. You know, it's certainly in the style that he did as well. And for David Davis, hopefully he sees the positives for a great week so far, and a good crowd with him tonight. They'll be left disappointed there, but we're left with a superb semi-final.
Well, let's go through some of the key moments of the night so far. We'll kickstart with the Darrell Pilgrim 161 because David Davis decided that he's going to lay up, and Darrell Pilgrim, well, he executed, didn't he? He did the business.
This is where me and Glenn are probably going to disagree on this one, because actually in this situation, I'd probably do what David Davies did. I like the ploy, I like the play. It is basically turning around to Darrell Pilgrim and saying, if you're good enough, there you go, take your shot. The problem was he was good enough.
Yeah, that's a strategy I used when I used to play Matthew Edgar on the Pro Tours and slam him 6-0. But when you're playing Darrell Pilgrim, you don't leave him any finish. And when the bullseye was there, he should have taken that opportunity.
Is that something that he's going to learn? Because he's a player that, even though we've seen him a fair bit, is still new to this environment.
Oh, he's in his infancy at the moment. He's a good guy. Very softly spoken, got a good all-round game. He powerfully scores. And, do you know, sometimes that's a harsh lesson, can be one of the best things you can have. He's had a great week. Tonight hasn't worked to plan. He learned something on that 161. But I think he walks away thinking his game's there. He just needs to take that next ladder of success.
Paul Hogan elsewhere, he's into the semi-finals. He still feels as if there's gears to go, but there's signs that he's trajectorising in the right direction.
We've spoke a lot about Robert Thornton as being somebody who keeps getting through to Saturday nights and not being able to get over the line and win a week. Well, Paul Hogan's got to be in that conversation as well, because it seems that every time he comes to the Super Series, he's finding himself in a Saturday night, but he's got that same voodoo. He can't get over the line and pick up that victory. Tonight could be the night.
I just want to... go on.
Yeah, and his crowd here as well. You can see when he's walking by, he's looking over to them. And I always felt Paul was great when he's got right people around him. And, you know, they play the part as well. They're sat right near the front. And he looks really good. He looks really cool and calm. And, like I said, they could play a part in tonight.
Most certainly could. Well, let's talk about Ron Muhlenkamp, because he was a player, Glenn, you picked out right away as probably the standout player of tonight. He had a very good day yesterday, and he's kind of kicked on from that base, hasn't he?
Yeah, and I was trying to read the demeanour, the body language when I'd done the interviews beforehand, and he was quite negative. I'm still a few months away. I'm only back into heavy practice, and it's been a surprise to see him play so well, but a pleasant surprise. He's a guy that's played at the very top, and it's very difficult to go down and then come back up as well. This could be a real platform for him.
Negative but smiling, if you remember in the interview, was one of the things you really picked out, that yes, he might not have been saying the right things, but he seemed quite happy about himself, where it wasn't putting any pressure on him. Maybe he was just talking his chances down.
Yeah, and 2 years ago, he'd have been the favourite out of the 6 qualifiers tonight, and Ron Muhlenkamp be feeling really good backstage, and he'd be looking forward to a fierce semi-final.
And just quickly on Robert Thornton, we keep talking about it. Unfortunately, we're going to be talking about it even more. Disappointment for him, but especially going into Q School as well. You want to come into this with a bit of confidence. He got through, he won Group A, played some good stuff, but he won't be feeling that right now, will he?
No, he'll be mightily disappointed. He's probably stormed off the stage, punched the bar and stormed out of here by now. You know,
Leave me alone. Oh, you mean Roberts? I thought we were going back to my Group B campaign there.
Yeah, he keeps getting here. He gets here by different methods, either winning a Group A, a B, stumbling in. This seemed to be the week for me, because one thing we know about Robert Thornton is he sort of breaks down as the week goes on. Being a 2-day Group A, I thought was going to be perfect. Couple of days off. Is he going to get one? Now that's the question, because this was the week for him.
Well, let's have a chat elsewhere from the Super Series tonight, because over the World Championships, well, a new star within the world of darts was born. And we actually unearthed him on this stage here at the Super Series, winning 2 titles here in the middle portion of last year. Luke, the new, exploded into the televised scene here at the MODUS Super Series, and he is tuning in tonight, so hi Luke, hope you're doing well, and that Foot Champs Week, or whatever they call it on FIFA, is going okay for you. Anyway, that sounded so old, man. I'm going to move on from that. But look, let's talk about the impact that he's had here on the MODUS Super. Stop laughing. Let's talk about the impact he's had, though, on the MODUS Super Series, and the impact the MODUS Super Series has had on him, because what he has done is, some of the things he's done here is maybe bring eyes on this competition, even before his exploits at Alexandra Palace, that maybe nobody else could have.
The one thing he'd have got from this environment is belief, because he'd have came here and, well, you can see how he's sort of enjoying the moments, playing in front of a smaller crowd than he has done just recently. But what he's done is he's gone through sort of the gears in a crash course sort of style, going up against ex-tour card holders, other future stars and generations, and just proved to himself that he could beat all these different levels. Now he's about to go out onto the Pro Tour and see if he can compete on the highest one.
And look, globally, what he's done for darts as well. I mean, I think it's a 5-hour drive for me from Middlesbrough to Portsmouth, and I think I stopped at every service station to talk to a TV station, to a radio station. The interest, I've seen nothing since 2019 with a Fallon Sherrick smashing the glass ceiling. It's been brilliant for darts, and like I said, it's we've also got to think of the well-being of him and the safeguarding. He's 16-year-old as well, and that's something that very much interests me as well. But he's been an absolute credit, very mature. What a future.
Do you think we would have seen him explode into life on the Ali Pali stage as much if he didn't have the experience in the stagecraft here and beforehand?
I think the main thing he learnt here was to play in front of the cameras. That is where the pressure comes from. It's not so much from the crowd. It's more to do with the cameras, having that zoomed in focus. Sometimes you can miss, and the cameras make it look like you've missed quite far away. Having commentators like myself and Glenn sat almost scrutinising and analysing all the time, and you know that that's going on while you're up here playing. That's the thing you'd have learnt here at the Super Series.
I want to finally talk about pathways, and Glenn, you're probably the perfect person to talk about this, because Luke Litter has been the example of, look, the way the game outside the PDC system has evolved, it has changed, and there's different metrics and different ways that players progress through to make it through to the professional ranks. Luke has illustrated how this can be a form. Now, you're someone who won 3 BDO titles for then moving over to the PDC. Has this shone a light on other players that maybe the MODUS Super Series is a platform that can get you from here and then onto that professional circuit?
Yeah, you must have been reading my mind in the answer as Matthew was given there, because I was thinking that there's still an awful lot of politics in the game, and that was the sad thing I was reading, because I think we forget that one of the finest moments I ever had was putting an England shirt on. That boy did it when he was 15-year-old, so there's an awful lot made of what he did with the JDC and wherever. You know, this has been a 5-6 year program for Luke Littler. He's something really, really special. It needs to be nurtured, but nothing changes about this stage. For an amateur player, the 20 grand that's up there for winning is now, for me, the biggest prize out there for amateur darts. This is a wonderful platform, but also let's look at the other spectrum as well. Look what it's doing for players like Paul Hogan, 60-year-old tonight. We've mentioned the 16-year-old of Luke Littler going to get all the headlines. There's no age barrier when you get on this stage here, and this is the one to win right now.
And of course, we should mention Scott Williams won on this stage back in September 2022, and we're going to have other players like Owen Bates who got through the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. We're going to see Bay Van Peer on the tour next year. So a bigger picture is we're going to see players who've played here have that impact on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, and it makes me really excited to see what we're going to see ahead. We're going to get more young players. We're going to be looking for talent all around, not just the UK, but in Europe. We don't just want the same faces here all the time. And that's why we've got the partnership now with the ADC to try and unearth even more new talent and to give more people this platform and opportunity to come here and try and follow in the footsteps of Scott Williams and then Luke Littler.
And if you want to be a part of that programme, well, head over to dartcircuit.com. That is your ADC UK website, is at Darts Circuit on Twitter for those based in the United Kingdom. If you're based within the European Union, head over to amateurdarts.eu. That's where the ADC European qualifiers are. There's a series of dates that are available there, and as well in ADC Oceania. So there's plenty of ways that maybe you have been inspired by the events of recent weeks, want to get onto a practice board, and maybe once your game develops, wants to chance your arm on this particular stage. The ADC website has more information about that. Well, we're going to be back with the darts from 10 o'clock this evening, the semi-finals and the final of the MODUS Super Series. See who the next player through to Champions Week is going to be, and who our first weekly winner of 2024 is going to be. Hello, very good evening. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV. Our first finals night of 2024, and we turn a new leaf here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But we resume with Series 6 and to see who the 7th identity through to Champions Week is going to be. 4 players left in that quest, and in commentary describing all of the group stage action is Glenn Durham and Matthew Edgar to tell you the story so far.
Mühlenkamp is up and running. That was a beautiful performance.
Required 20.
But Landman hasn't been a spectacular match at all so far. It's about getting the 2 points, you sense.
On the 4th
And it's Landman with a little fist pump there. You don't often see that from Landman. Leaves his favourite double 60. He might be shaking his head there. But inside, he's planning his attack to win this match.
Going to be under pressure. But is this too late? It's certainly not too little. It can't be any bigger.
Well, he certainly put the pressure on. He doesn't often feel pressure, Landman.
Game
and it's a double Dutch start in the opening 2 matches. Wins for Ron Mühlenkamp and now for Chris Landman. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyable game at the moment. Both on a finish after 9 darts. Mühlenkamp decides to start on the bullseye. And lay very nicely. It's a beautiful looking dart of Mühlenkamp's. This would be special.
That allows Mühlenkamp to start the preparation for his attempt at a 13-dart leg here. A 13-darter that would guarantee his pathway to the semi-final.
Game on the 3rd.
Clean and clinical as well. I get the sense, though, Matt, that I don't think he realises that. But the way you bounce back to leave a 2-darter, this 130 has to go.
Game on the 4th flare. Paul Hogan.
There's his family and friends who, like I said, have been an incredible support over Paul Hogan.
Running require 80.
That would have got the heart rate going for Mühlenkamp, who's thinking, not again. 2 darts. Hold on to his throw. Fantastic darts again from Mühlenkamp.
He leaves his favourite double, but a chance for Mühlenkamp.
Chance to retaliate the 130 that Paul Hogan hit against him earlier on. But this one is for the match. And it's the bull.
99.
Wow. And you can just sense from that reaction, he thought that was in. But Paul Hogan has shown all the fight. Great character is Paul Hogan.
Game shot.
And that is the game of the night so far. 2 players fully appreciating their tungsten skills there. It was a sensational game. So Pilgrim will be thinking, well, I need to put some pressure on this 60. Lovely close-up with a concentration on his face right now. Well, if you're going to put pressure on 60, that's the way to do it.
40. Dowry required 36.
You are never out of a leg, and that stunning setup play from this man.
Game
and boy, does he love a double 18. Sensational setup, double 18. Second best in that leg as well throughout.
Dowry required 10.
Let's see what he thinks of that. No more messing about Pilgrim now, you feel. Going to go direct for double 5. There's his marker. And there's the finish. It was a tale of missed opportunities for Chris Landman. He'll be left frustrated there as we get the wiggle. And for Daryl Pilgrim there, he gets the win. He holds his hands up there. Just all a little bit messy there. He'd be frustrated at that because everything has been so good. Very traditional route for Thornton. Leaves himself the bull.
66. Paul, you require 40.
Robert Thornton is out.
Paul Hogan.
That's the big news here at the MODUS Super Series. Well, Hogan has left his favoured double 18. There's the breath. There's the focus. And there's the execution. Paul Hogan has been professional. He's been clinical. And his family and friends are absolutely delighted. And why shouldn't it? Because he's got a big smile on his face. A lot of admiration for Pilgrim. Should go for treble 17. Haven't seen many balls being hit tonight. He's just double checking the score of 161.
86.
I wouldn't have done that, David.
Now we require 161.
I wouldn't have done that because this is the reason why. For the ball. Well, I did tell
Game's on
you,
the second
superb
leg.
darts there from Darryl
Darryl
Pilgrim.
Pilgrim.
Never give him a chance. That was outstanding.
Game's on the third leg.
That
Darryl
double two for
Pilgrim.
Darryl Pilgrim is the end of the road for David Davies in terms of his possibility of qualifying.
Now we require 10.
And it is to be for Mr. P. Darryl Pilgrim
Darryl
books his place in the
Pilgrim.
semi-final. A comfortable 4-0 victory in the end.
So that's what we saw during the group stages. We've been watching all the action in the company of prime time. Matthew Edgar in the commentary box. And Matt, Darryl Pilgrim, he was the favourite going into tonight, and he's looked ultra impressive so far.
He was the man to beat at the start of the week. He was the bookies' favourite. He was the man to beat throughout the week in terms of the stats and the statistics. And he's the man to beat so far in terms of tonight. And the level of play that he's bringing, the timing, can anyone top him, is going to be the story, I believe, going into the semi-finals and final.
Elsewhere, Paul Hogan, very good start for him in Group 1. Looks like he's going through the gears as the week goes along.
It's the best he's played out of the days he's been here so far. And if you're going to play your best on any day, you want it to be today. Getting here is the priority. Once you're here, that's when you want your best darts to come through. There's no point playing your best in a Group B or a Group C campaign and leaving all that behind. Tonight, when it gets to knockout darts, that's when you want to really bring your best. And Paul Hogan has been knocking on the door for some time here at the Super Series. Big £5,000 potentially on the line for him tonight.
Well, Glenn Darton, who we're going to hear as part of our commentary team a little bit later on, was mentioning how explosive Ron Moulenkamp has been. Pardon the pun, but the bomb really has been lighting up the stage tonight.
Been good, he's been solid, he's been consistent, he's been reliable. That is probably the most praise I could give anybody in Ron Moulenkamp's position right now, because when it comes to a finish, those sort of 2-dart checkouts, 68, 62s, 72s, where it might end up being a 3-dart, he's been taking all those out, and what they do is they build confidence and growth, and he's been doing very, very well in regards to those types of finishes. He's been setting up beautifully, scoring's been fine. There's not a weakness in his game that we have seen so far, and again, if he keeps that going, he's a rider. They're a tightly compacted group.
Well, let's just round up then what we have seen so far this evening. This is the order of play from Groups 1 and Groups 2, and then it now sets in situ our semi-final lineup. Paul Hogan against Chris Landman, Darryl Pilgrim up against Ron Moulenkamp, and they feel like both of them heavyweight semi-finals, don't they? Hogan and Landman, look, they both would have travelled across the BDO and the WDF circuit together. I'm sure they would have played in venues at the Isle of Man, England, or been across each other before, so both will know each other's games inside out. Wise, Darryl Pilgrim and Ron Moulenkamp, they feel like two big hitters going toe-to-toe.
It's when you've got that history as well with a player, like when you've been travelling on the various circuits and playing them, there'll be moments or a game where the other players won a very important clash. We heard from Paul Hogan when he was playing Glenn Durrant in the Group B campaign, because he lost that big game to him at Lakeside after nearly knocking him out and stopping that Glenn Durrant journey from starting. So it'll be really interesting to delve into the head-to-head records just to see if there's any little tells in there that may come across on this stage tonight.
Chris Landman's made it to a Pro Tour final, made it to the WDF World Final last month. How much could that experience of getting to big finals help him this evening?
It will, but also that's going to build frustration, because yes, it's great to get to a final, but you're also so close to being the champion and picking up that big prize. And he's been there twice last year. If he gets to another final here, is that going to be actually the dwelling of those previous finals? Is it going to feel like, right, let me get this one in there and at least get over the line in one of these? Because it does actually start to build that frustration the more you start losing in finals.
Who's your favourite from here on in?
Oh, it's a tough one, but I'm going to stick with Darryl Pilgrim.
Well, Darryl Pilgrim is the pick of prime time, and we've got some prime time entertainment for you this evening at the MODUS Super Series. 3 more games to see who the 7th player through the Champions Week is going to be, and we are watching it in front of what has to be said is a fair-sized contingent of a crowd here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it really is the mecca of darts. It's a place where you can have a real intimate experience with the players and get to see maybe some stars of the future and legends of the past. If you want to be here on a Saturday night, well, have a look at this. So, semi-final time here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and there is a fair crowd in to watch two stars of the amateur circuit go toe-to-toe. It's the professional amateur himself, Paul Hogan, involved in the first semi-final up against Chris Landman, who nearly landed one of the biggest prizes in amateur darts when he missed out narrowly in the WDF World Championship, the runner-up there. So, it's Hogan against Landman to kick off our semi-final action. And alongside Matthew Edgar in the commentary box, it's a very good evening to Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, good evening again, Henry, and good evening to all the Sporty Stuff viewers who are joining us. It's been a terrific night for that man so far. Paul Hogan, 60-year-old he is now. Just seems to be getting better and better, playing great in the local competitions, playing excellent on the senior tour against this rapid-fire Chris Landman from Holland. You're not always sure what you're going to get from Chris Landman.
Game on!
Yeah, and he's having a fantastic 2023. The past 12 months, got to a final of a Players' Championship in the PDC, which shows his real qualities. Also close at the WDF World Championships, where he reached the final. But there's just something about Paul Hogan tonight. That's the one question. The second question, Matthew Edgar.
100.
Are we going to see the brilliant best of Chris Landman?
So many questions, I believe, when we look across this semi-final. I don't think there's really a favourite in it. If we have to, we've got to go with Darryl Pilgrim. The basis of the incredible ceiling that he can hit. But this could be one of the most open semi-final lineups we've had here in this series.
Yeah, I think Darryl Pilgrim's going to get the favouritism tag whenever he comes to the MODUS Super Series. And
100.
I don't know. I like the look of this game. They have played twice in the past 48 hours as well, and the 1-1, so nothing to separate them there.
180.
I just sense, Matt, that man in your picture, Chris Landman, has not played anywhere near his best this week, and he's in the semi-final. You just get the sense there's going to be a moment when he
55.
actually kicks in.
161.
Which I'm guessing is why he was Duzz's tip for the evening at the start of the show.
Well, if it's good enough for Luke Littler, it's good enough for me. Nothing that Hogan to do on the bogey 165 apart from put some pressure on their 80. Because 80 is not a gimme.
51.
That's just a little bit scruffy. You can see the frustration there. Is he going to get a dart at tops? That's always the worry on 80, that you get attracted to that
40.
treble 20.
We require 114.
And a chance for Hogan, 114.
Just needs the one treble to have an opportunity here at holding his throw. Finds it. Leaves him his favourite double, the double 18.
96.
Yeah, and that's been going in, hasn't it? And I think there was a sense it was going to go in from Landman there. Shoot, that's the perfect mark. And the way he throws the dart there, that replication of the throw, that rhythm, that beautiful marker of a dart there. The second one was just a guarantee it was going to go in. Good start from the Dutchman.
$60.
Paul Hogan continued right behind his throwing arm there. Right at the front, they'll be feeling every dart with this man.
180.
And hence the reaction there from Hoagie.
100.
Both just finding their stride. Yeah, once watch him get a 9-darter representing England. I think for a moment there, he thought, fancy this.
We always question, when does a player start believing that they're on the 9-darter? For Paul Hogan, he thought he was on after the 4. Sometimes you know when you're playing well, you know when you're releasing well, you know when the timing and the rhythm's there.
100.
You become expectant. He must be rightly so feeling expectant right now, because he has
60.
really turned up. This is the best I have ever seen him play here on a finals night.
Yeah, so far it's been comprehensive now. He's in a little scrap here as Hoagie.
57.
That's okay. But Landman is the type of player who can fire a maximum from nowhere. Not to be right now.
105.
Nice little setup, that 116. Hogan will start on the 16s.
48. Chris, you require 160.
The nemesis, that is double 8. And Landman, second best throughout, remember here. and he's going to get a dart or a double. Hoagie realises,
76.
bends the wire.
Ball you require 16. Game show on the second leg. Paul Hogan.
As that dart goes in, it's great to see that Robert Thornton and David Davies. I've just met the family of David there. They're really proud of what they've done this week. And just to hang around.
Game on.
And like I said, I think he's feeling his arm there, isn't he? And Hoagie's had issues with his arm.
45.
Shows as well that for David Davies, he's still taking in and embracing the experience to sit around and sort of watch the completion of the finals night. A lot of players would have stormed out the venue by now after getting beaten.
You've still, that's 3 hours continuous of picking on me.
97.
Do like this version of Hogan. Going to take some beating. Landman is the kind of player who can just
140.
throw darts like that, whether he's playing well, whether he's struggling. It's just one of them players where you've never got him beaten. It's an intriguing contest, this one.
With those sort of players that are really horrible to play, though, as well, aren't they? When you're just never sure that you've got past them.
I always struggled against a really quick play, and he absolutely
38.
pummeled me on Thursday 4-0 in our first game, and I was just getting on the stage and the match was finished. Hoagie's never one for reputations.
140.
Look at his reaction there. That's how much it means. Even at the age of 60, a lot of the headlines, of course, has been about Luke Littler at 16. Well, this is the polar opposite right now. And he's got Shanghai.
120.
Thus, once again, provided the all-inclusive nature of our sport. Don't get a dart at the double. You can see the passion
60.
coming through and the frustration there for
83.
Paul Hogan.
I love it, Matt. Could be the ball. He's just assessing the situation. How aggressive on the treble 16? Not at all.
58. Ball you require 60.
Keep it simple with the first dart, Paul. That looks ideal, just to sit on top of that. Big dart.
40. Christian required
The
25.
big miss, because Chris Landman now chasing down 25 points for the first breaker throw in this fixture.
Game show on the third.
And it lands for Landman.
Chris Landman.
Big breaker throw in this short format game, halfway to victory. And the first time tonight, Paul Hogan just becoming a little bit disconnected from him in terms of that controlled emotion.
It's just great. We're just trying to capture what it feels like for a player there. He respectfully let his player walk to the hockey, and then just that sign of frustration to his family where I've let one get by me there. He knows he should be 2-1 up. Now it's a fight. Now the questions are being asked to Hoagie. Does he have the answers?
91. $85. 85.
Just that mid-match part of the game now. Who will take the ascendancy right now? It's looking good for Landman. 6 darts and 185. He has a look over there. May look at the centre of the board.
95.
An interesting route to the last dart there on 105 points. And Hogan has to fill this up, you feel.
$140.
Next best thing, these are 2 darter there, Paul Hogan. And a risky route here for Chris Landman.
50. But we require 98.
Board management of the Dutch players is usually spot on, but I think he's made a couple of errors with the going for the 15 on 105. That was a strange way to go with Hogan on 98.
Game show on the
punished.
Paul Hogan.
We've already saw in one game today where someone missed the 161 and just laid up saying to his opponent, you can't check out on that 161. And the route Landman took on that 90 there, he was pretty much saying to his opponent, you cannot finish on this 98. And Hogan, once again, now it's his turn to grab it. He becomes favourite.
100.
And a big outpour of emotion there for Paul Hogan. Someone that we often associate with being quite cool, calm and collected and not giving too much away. Today, he's hungry for this prize, hungry to get over the line.
95.
You just sense that he fancies it. And look, if you believe it, you can achieve it. And that's what I'm thinking with Paul Hogan right now.
91.
I think he likes the circumstances. I think he fancies to see out the job. Again, on 306, just playing it nice and safe.
99.
100 points ahead. He's feeling good about himself because even 99's not good enough in his mind.
140. 137. Christopher, 170.
Beautiful throwing from Hogan. When you got the darts, you think 15. Force your opponent into that 12, which Landman can't land.
70.
So Hogan, that textbook 15 dart leg.
Just double checking that. Takes the heart rate down just a touch by giving yourself a second. It's double 16 this time.
38.
I think he thought that was in.
112.
I think he thought that was in. And this would hurt. This could be a defining moment.
92.
That could be the difference in this match, Matt.
32.
It's at that point where a mistake could be fatal. Because if Paul Hogan hits this, he gets that privilege of walking straight back down the hockey, commanding the stage.
Game
That
shot.
leaves Landman stood at the back of the stage
Paul
for this
Hogan.
whole process. As Paul Hogan is now just a leg away, one holder throw. A breaker throw.
Sifleg, it's Chris to throw first.
Away from winning the match.
Just look at that. Again, lets Chris Landman go to the board.
100.
And then he's geeing himself up. This is not a version we saw of Paul Hogan, of course, in Group B, because it's a different scenario. But the acoustics of this building, there might only be a smaller crowd in there, but you know, the noise that they're creating in there just seems to be lifting Paul Hogan right now.
57.
Instant reaction and instant feedback as well, isn't it? Which also just adds to the drama and the pressure.
$100.
Difficult moments for this man.
140.
When you begin to doubt these players, there's absolutely nothing to separate them on the numbers. Apart from the fact that Hogan is
140.
one leg ahead.
100. We require 161.
Well, we've seen this already tonight. It's not going to be for Hogan. Second best is to leave it handy. May go for the bull.
100.
Such a good last dart.
Must hit your feel. Because now Paul Hogan's going to return to the hockey for the first time he approaches the hockey with a chance of booking a place in the final.
That happens so often when you're aiming for the centre of the board. I like the way he remains calm.
No score.
Did not expect that. And that's always the worry, Matt, of going that way.
Game shot on the sixth flare.
We're going the distance.
Chris Landman.
Now, Hogan must forget that big 19. He has to forget that now because the simple fact is now it's a last leg shootout.
Game on.
He has the dart, and that realisation has just kicked in then.
$100.
That'll do. Make your opponent hit two trebles.
Back to that classic scenario I said earlier. One player's thinking 15, one's thinking 12.
Where you've got to manage the adrenaline running through your body right now.
80.
That's why you're seeing the wayward darts, the excitement, that extra effort you put in the darts. However, this man just seems to be getting quicker and quicker.
100.
I've mentioned it a couple of times, but he puts an incredible amount of darts in the practice because he's just looking for that rhythm. This is a fight.
100.
Nothing in it. Landman's going to need to find the treble. He has.
140.
He's gone even better. He's gone for two. He is well and truly on that 12-dart possibility.
It's a great sign that really good players seem to find ways to win, and that's how I would look at the way Chris Landman's played this week. He is a finish away from being in the final.
We'll get the first poke at the 1-2-1. Get an opportunity to add the ball on this occasion. And Hogan do the 1-2-1.
Even the 64's not the easiest, so chance for Hogan. Fantastic dart. He'll play it safe this time. It's the bull for the match.
96.
That can be the difference between winning a match and losing. The width of a wire. 2 darted tops, but only needs the one. That was a thoroughly enjoyable game between 2 players right at the top of the game. And look at the sportsmanship there from Paul Hogan. Chris Landman doesn't give off a lot of emotion, but that fist pump is about the best you're going to get from there. Look at that, I love it. And Paul Hogan, just that realisation that maybe his one big chance here at the MODUS Super Series has just passed him by. But fair play to both players. Nothing to separate them there. Super solid, 90.45 from Chris Landman. The Dutchman will be delighted on the outer ring. 50% is very good, but under pressure, that 64 finish, Landman is in the final. Who will he play? Will it be Darryl Pilgrim or Ron Moulenkamp? They're up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Chris Landman has landed a place in the final here in week 7, and in dramatic style as well. It went to leg 7. Paul Hogan thought he had the opportunity, but once again here at the Super Series, it has passed him by. So Chris Landman, who made it through to the Lakeside final last month, is into the final here and is looking to book a place into Champions Week. But the question is now, who he's going to face in the finale, because we have one of the big hitters in this competition in action now. Daryl Pilgrim. He's looking to make it through to a 4th Champions Week here on the South Coast and looking to kickstart 2024 in the sort of vein that he finished 2023 in, having hit the biggest average and a 9 darter here in this particular competition. But he's got stiff opposition because Ron the Bomb Moulenkamp has most certainly exploded into life in this competition. Turning a new leaf at the turn of the year, he is hoping that he can kickstart 2024 with a tournament win on the stage and in front of the television cameras. Well, early on this week, both players took part in the Bullseye Challenge, both looking to hit as many bullseyes and 25s as possible and hoping to get their way up the leaderboard for the series. These are both players' attempts at the Bullseye Challenge.
I'm Daryl Pilgrim, and this is my Bullseye Challenge.
Here we have one of the most experienced players here at the MODUS Super Series Bullseye Challenge, because he's done it once before. Still very new here at the Bullseye Challenge. Daryl Pilgrim, last time he did this, had 25s. He had 11 of those. And he had the 1 bullseye. He's already got the 1 bullseye, so he's matched the effort of last time. He actually managed to get a bit of a sweat on last time. He was racing up and down the oche.
3.
Already bettered the bullseye of last time. It's also quite convenient. He always wears these shirts that replicate a football shirt because you could do with a bit of running up and down. We might even see him throw the arm up in the air. Give us the Alan Shearer, Darren Pilgrim.
2.
Well, it's looking like he's going to better the score of last time, but can he better the score of the best of this series? Going to need a lot of bullseyes and a lot of darts, and I don't think he's going to have enough.
And that's time. No score with the final visit. Daryl Pilgrim scores 12.
Hello, this is Ron Moulenkamp, and this is my Bullseye Challenge.
Ron Moulenkamp joining us from Holland, a player who has played in 8 World Championships over his time,
4.
and already in the red bit. Nicknamed the Bomb, looking to explode. Tick, tick. Boom! In the bullseye again, Ron Moulenkamp is absolutely flying here in the Bullseye Challenge. He is going for the strategy of accuracy over pace, but it is a tactic that is working to success here for the Ron the Bomb.
4.
This is impressive. This might be the highest score we've ever seen with the least amount of darts thrown. The ratio of score to darts is through the roof. Still 10 seconds to go. Still time for Ron the Bomb. Another one of those that sat beautifully in the bullseye. You could fill it up.
And that's time. 4 scored with the final visit. Ron Moulenkamp scores 20. 20 from 15 darts. Jesus Christ.
Can he light up the fuse? Double 18. 4-1-1-6 to put himself now to have been a leg of qualification through to tomorrow night's final. 5. He's 60.
180.
Average just under 87, but the doubling has been delightful. He's going to get 2 for the match at tops. And that is a 4-0 win from Ron Moulenkamp. So, the MODUS Super Series has only 3 players left in the race for a place at Champions Week in Week 7. Daryl Pilgrim's been there 3 times before, whereas Ron the Bomb Moulenkamp is into a semi-final here for the very first time, hoping to make it through to the finale, where his compatriot Chris Landman awaits in the final. Watching this one, down in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar, Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Daryl Pilgrim came here as a big favourite. He is a real star of the Super Series now. Against maybe a surprise to a few of us and maybe to himself, because in a pre-opening game interview, he said he just felt he was just a little couple of months away from where he wants to be. He's back practicing hard again. Got a tremendous CV. He played at the Lakeside World Championships. He played on the Ali Pali stage and has just gone through that phase like many players do, but he's still relatively young. Both players mid-30-year-old, different clash of styles. This man in your picture plays at a more methodical pace, and he incredibly accurate. Even on that bullseye challenge there, he was pretty phenomenal on that. But still think if you
First leg, it's Darryl.
have your interest in someone, I think this guy has the real X factor, Darryl Pilgrim, and I expect him to put on another stunning performance. Matthew Edgar.
He was the favourite before a dart was thrown for the week. He was the favourite before a dart was thrown tonight.
140.
And he's playing. He is the best player here this week, but we know Ron Muhlenkamp has been to places that Darryl Pilgrim at the moment only dreams of. So is it
125.
be the man who wants to go there or the one who wants to go back to those places?
Yeah, I think the player of the round robin phase was Ron Muhlenkamp. I really like the performance
57.
of Paul Hogan. Well, Paul Hogan has gone now after that fantastic game with Chris Landman, who just seemed to be peaking at the right time. His timing has been particularly good. Remember, he was just qualified
59.
through Group B, very much right near the end to the expense of Conan Whitehead. But he's in the final. Will it be an all-Dutch affair? Will it be the heavy favourite, Darryl Pilgrim, going to be lifting that title one more time?
40. $85.
Do you think the pace will suit Darryl, or he likes that rat-a-tat pace, doesn't he?
I think he's probably got a personal preference in terms of pace, but I've never really seen Darryl Pilgrim's performance change due to the pace of the opponent. He seems to be very versatile.
75.
So the first start there, he was a bit frustrated with the second one, a little bit of body movement come into it, and then that ultra frustration of the bounce out as well.
$92.
He's in 72.
157.
With that bounce out has made this a very difficult finish, but he's on. Treble 20. A double top. Ron Muhlenkamp is having a fantastic night. I thought that was just going to cap it off there because it just looks so cool. And I think even Pilgrim thought that was going to go.
He did. He was nodding along in the background.
48.
He's shaking his head now with two missed opportunities there for Pilgrim, and that gives Muhlenkamp a chance to get an early break opportunity.
Fine margins in this game. Once again, I think they're attracted to the wires at the moment. That can happen in a semi-final. Experience tells you just to remain calm here. Don't go low.
10. Wow. That we required.
The wires, 24. Matt. The wires.
It moved. It flickered. It was the wrong side.
Game shot on the first leg.
When he's playing brilliant, he's been winning, and he's been a bit ropey at times. He's been winning. Is that a sign of respect, though, from the other players when they're coming up against Mr. P?
Yeah, Mr. P has had an awful lot of success, but he doesn't get an awful lot of luck. Sometimes he can walk into someone who's just playing fantastic.
100.
There was an opportunity there for Ron Muhlenkamp, who didn't do an awful lot wrong. The double 10 were on the wires. The double 5 bent the wire. Well, Pilgrim just mopped up the double 12.
93. $100.
Interesting last start there where the commentator sort of looked at each other. It looked like he threw it in frustration because I think they're both surprised because Ron is playing great. It just seems, I think he might be just a little bit upset that he's
96.
smacking every wire that's possible on this board at the moment. Not anymore.
171.
Between every single wire, he wanted it to be a perfect visit there for Ron Muhlenkamp to himself down to 130 after 9 darts. But Mr. P, looking to fill it up. He could have switched down to the 25 on ball. Didn't learn from the lesson that he dished out earlier to David Davies.
There'll be none of that from Ron Muhlenkamp. Just checks the 172 there, so you can change your strategy now. I should stay on the 18s.
90.
That'll do nicely.
Now imagine if he'd have switched and left himself a big finish. 2 trebles. That's what he'd probably be thinking right now.
Required 40.
Well, there's pressure on this tops now. Been pretty flawless. Couple of missed doubles in the first leg. Rectified there. This is a good version of Ron Muhlenkamp. Once again, averaging mid-90s.
Delegates Darrell to throw first. $60.
When they walked on the stage, man, I just felt having the throw could be significant. I haven't seen an awful lot to separate them tonight. I didn't think that Darrell would enjoy
60.
the pace of Ron Muhlenkamp. Hence the reason I thought it would be tight. Styles make fights.
$134.
Well, when you lose a game here at the MODUS Super Series, you can often just storm out. But there's Paul Hogan there. Staying. What happens at the MODUS Super Series that you're in the same players area and you build up friendship, and probably been chatting with the players now. He's decided he's going to see these matches out, and fair play to the guys who have stayed.
62.
And county darts in the morning.
100.
Why are you dimming the lights, by the way, and looking at me like that? I'm married.
$134.
Darts there from Pilgrim. Set up the 1-1-1. Be a lot less pressure if there's no trebles. Well, that's good darts from Ron. He'd have to go back to the 20s, but he's got to deal with that first dart.
91.
That's second best to lead the big fish. Well, there is options on this 1-1-1. Many players will start on the 19s because it go the double 16 route, but not even a thought there for Pilgrim. But it is double 16.
95. Ronnie require 170.
Something special pending, maybe?
Well, it's the biggest finish of them all. We have seen it already this week, and it was Darrell Pilgrim who hit it. Could he have one hit back against him? Just caught the flight on the way in. You saw the flicker of the dart already in the treble. You saw straight away the exhale of breath at the back of the stage there from Darrell Pilgrim. It was almost a sigh of relief.
98. Darrell requires 60.
We were holding the breath as well as he just moved across the ocket to try and get that second treble. Once again, fine margins.
Game shown
And
the
I tell you, I'm
third.
learning more and more about Darrell Pilgrim. We all know about the 119 average. We all know about the 9 darters. We all know success on the Challenge Tour, Players Championships. But I tell you, you learn an awful lot when someone's got a final dart or a double, when things are just maybe turning to the tide against an opponent who's playing nice.
100.
How do you read this now?
I think this is going to be a hold of throw festival.
$95.
See that front elevation, left-hander. Really takes his time. Look at all the work that's happening on the fingers and the wrist there.
60.
Run for over 10, 15 years. I was a very, very tough opponent. I think I remember playing him in the Jersey Open final, but this throw. For new players coming into the game, for new players who were watching after the World Championships, that is how to
61.
throw a dart. Any thoughts, Matt?
Couple of little flickers here, just slight alignment issue on the left and right. You'll see the back hip just flick and rotate the hip around, which is why sometimes if he doesn't get that in sync, we'll just get that aggressive kick up with the like just going slightly to the side. That'll be why he keeps trying to keep his hands warm all the time, because he needs it all to be in sync.
134.
70 points behind. Couple of trebles needed. Like I said, every time he's had questions tonight, he's had the answers, is Ron. Stunning.
180.
That was a big question as well. It was getting to that crucial point of the game where Mr. P would be smelling a chance to get it wrapped up.
$96. Running require 101.
If there's a finish, that players practice religiously. This is, I'm never a fan of that start. He might prove me wrong. He doesn't. He needs to leave a good finish and does.
85. Now we require
A
150.
big chance for Pilgrim.
Yeah, I'm fully with you. I don't like that route, but this one's going to be quite conventional, you feel. Treble 19. Would have left the double. Instead,
45.
it looks like we're going to continue with this
16.
holding of throw.
Looks confident. Now the nerves begin. You don't want to be going down to the final dart. This is huge.
No score. Now we
Like
require
a bit of a barrier there
70.
for Ron Muhlenkamp, who does have these oddly shaped barrels. They sort of clatter into each other at the wrong points. Get these more aggressive deflections.
Pilgrim's getting the breaks tonight. Unexpected dart, a double 16. There's the growl. And there's the double 16. That could be the defining moment.
Fifth leg is Darryl to throw
Keeping
first.
our eyes on Ron
Game
Muhlenkamp,
on.
because that will hurt. Is there any reaction? He's looking at his dart saying, why didn't you go into double 8? Why didn't you kiss off that one and go in? Advantage Pilgrim.
$30. $45.
Just what Darryl Pilgrim would have been hoping to hear after opening with just 30 points. Straight back on it again here, Mr. P.
99.
I love that camera angle away. You can see the trajectory of the dart going in. That one just lands next second. It's absolutely perfect so far. Super dart, Muhlenkamp.
Second maximum of the game, both going in the way of Ron Muhlenkamp. One thing that has let Muhlenkamp down in this fixture is something that's been so
41.
strong for him, of course, yesterday and today's play, and that is a doubling. Just 1 from 8. But he's looking like he's going to carve out more opportunities here to the brilliance. The treble 20 hitting.
100.
Yeah, the treble 20 is taking a bit of a battering right now, and just Pilgrim just taking his time. Remember, he had the dart in this leg, and it's not gone to plan. And he's thinking, just give me a max, give me a chance. Well, the maximum's out of the question.
99.
Chance for Muhlenkamp here. This will be to get it back on throw, remember.
$140.
Beautiful darts. 12 darts thrown. Sets up the double. Textbook play against the throw.
100. Ronnie required 36.
Well, it's been double trouble so far in this match for Ron Muhlenkamp. Can he correct that? Because that's the perfect marker.
Game shot
Interesting
the
enough, he
fifth
just
leg.
kissed off the
Ron
barrel of that
Molenkamp.
first dart. He used that first dart as a guide. Like I said, a polar opposite to his attempts at double eight in the last
Vegas
one.
Ron to
Back on throw
first.
now.
Game on.
Game on. Surely there's more to follow with that one. Surely it's a max.
140.
You get the feeling that it's the point where panic could potentially set in.
60.
Yeah, good shout, Matt. The element that I guess casual viewers watching now probably won't think about, but you can get up there and the self-doubt, you start seeing a place in the final. Whereas for Molenkamp, you
41.
probably thought the match had gone at 3-1. These are big moments for Pilgrim. Such a heavy score, remember. What he'd love for a maximum now.
When you get ahead like Darrell did in this fixture, you almost feel like you're nearly there, like you've got something to lose. Whereas for Molenkamp, all to be gained.
$97.
Last dart at the trebles there can really boost the player. Are we going all the way? Are we going to see some magic from this man?
59.
Chance for Molenkamp.
$140.
Like I said, if you look at the statistics and the averages, Molenkamp is in front of most. The one that isn't is 2 from 10 on the outer ring. Right now, as Matt alluded to,
60.
is there a bit of panic
83.
coming into the mindset of Darrell Pilgrim?
$67.
The one saving grace he'll have is if it does go to a last leg, he will have the advantage of throwing first. Because he won his group earlier on tonight when we had our mini groups.
150.
Ron Mullenkamp's got to get over the line first.
116.
He's got to do it under pressure.
Yeah, pressure he probably didn't expect. That's a fantastic setup play. He's been here before with this double eight. He's got unfinished business.
Game's on the sixth flag.
Look
Ron
at the reaction
Mullenkamp.
there from Ron Mullenkamp because he's already thinking of those missed darts at double eight early in the game. But we felt it was going to go the distance. It has gone the distance. We also felt having the throw could be significant. These 3 darts are pivotal.
70.
Wow. You open with a treble 20, it settles you down. You think that's minimum requirement done. Somehow he's only walked away with 70 points. Oh, it's an opportunity if Ron Mullenkamp can find another.
100.
Those phantom throws of Darrell Pilgrim are becoming more and more. That's another sign. And he's just not feeling it right now. He has to stay strong. He has to keep believing.
134.
And that is a terrific setup play. That transition from the 20s to the 90s is a big part of the game these days. Mullenkamp is just biting away at the ankles.
140.
100 would have kept him interested. The 140 puts him in charge.
82.
Whose position would you rather be in right now, Matt? Because I think the Dutchman is just taking control with one big score from my point, but that is what a last leg decider can do.
85.
In the balance.
$134.
Treble 19 hitting could save him in this game. That's the one real success.
5 treble 19s from 5 attempts on the switching for Darrell Pilgrim. But he's going to need one here at the start of this exchange, because Muhlenkamp is sat ready to pounce.
81.
These are the moments you can't practice for. The adrenaline will be running through this man's body. His mind will be working overtime. It could only be a dart at the bull. It is a dart at the bull for his destiny.
56.
That could be the difference of winning and losing this match.
McGuire, 36.
We have an all-Dutch final in the final tonight, and Ron Muhlenkamp has shown incredible spirit tonight. He's been extremely professional and a tough man to beat at his best. Remember, he's here for a reason, and that is a big, big victory for Ron Muhlenkamp. For Daryl Pilgrim, that expectation at 3-1 up was evident, and you just felt the weight was on the edge of his shoulders at the end of it. Ron Muhlenkamp, solid throughout, just shy of that 94 average. A last leg decider to get through. He sorted out the doubles in the end, and a worthy winner of that match. Our final will be Ron Muhlenkamp against Chris Landman.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the final is set. Ron Muhlenkamp with a victory from behind against Daryl Pilgrim has sealed his place into the final. We've been watching the semi-final action with Matthew Edgar, Glenn Durran in the commentary box. And look, we've been talking about Ron, haven't we, all week long, and we've been heaping praise on him. And I think we found another side of that character in that game. Grit, determination, a willingness to get over the line.
I don't think that's finding that. I think that's rediscovering that, because Ron Muhlenkamp's had that throughout his whole career. The issue comes in the last sort of year and a half when he lost his tour card. I think it hit him quite hard, and he wasn't really able to recover from that last year. I think it's probably helped him in the fact that he's had a year to sort of rebuild and regenerate and then come here for 24.
Yeah, I think he's put that excellently well, because Ron Muhlenkamp, that's part of what his skill set is. He's a real fighter, and when it was getting tight at the end there, I thought there was only going to be one winner. Very well put, Matt.
As far as the first semi-final is concerned, Chris Landman up against Paul Hogan. It was a game littered with opportunities for both. Both had the opportunity to win the match. It was Landman who crawled over the line in the end.
And the one thing we know about Chris Landman, though, is he's got this explosive game. And the worry is, whenever you keep a player like Chris Landman alive, he's going to come back and hurt you. Every time he looks out of the game, he comes back and hits a 140 or 180. It reminds me very much of playing a player like Dave Chisnell, who, once you think you're on top of them, they just raise that level again.
Yeah, and that's what those quick players can do. Remember, it's you know, they're never out with the game there. But just a quick mention for Paul Hogan as well, because as much as I picked Chris Landman as my bet for tonight, I think halfway through there, I thought my final tonight, going into the semis, was going to be Daryl Pilgrim versus Paul Hogan. How wrong can you be?
And for both the players who'd lost those semi-finals, Glenn, they're two players who have been here so many times. Of course, Daryl's tasted that success here in the past. Two players that know this format inside out and will feel like maybe opportunity missed.
Yeah, certainly for Daryl Pilgrim, that weight of expectation can be difficult. You know, every time he comes onto this stage, he's going to be a big favourite. But yeah, my mind is going to Paul Hogan because I thought he was the best player in the opening rounds, and I think that was a real missed opportunity for him because it'll be a case of how did I lose that match?
Well, let's round up then everything that we have seen this evening. These are the results from the matches that we have seen tonight. Two tight semi-finals going the way of a margin of 4-3. There, just quickly about the players who went out in the group stages, David Davis and Robert Thornton, both had big expectations going into tonight, both missed out.
I don't think for David Davies he would have had those expectations until he had that successful Group B campaign. For him, it would all have been about getting here Saturday night. He's done that. He's ticked that off again. And now he can look at next time he comes here, can I now go reach a semi-final and get a little bit further?
Well, we will talk about the final in just a second, but let's have a look at what's come out next week here at the Super Series.
That Matthew Wedgwood was absolutely sublime.
Yeah, you're going to have a chuck on the stage, Matt.
Oh, I want to watch that again, actually. It's nice actually seeing things go in.
Do you want to watch it again? Shall we show it again?
I'd love to watch things where I'm actually hitting things again because I don't know if it's going to be that way next week.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's go a bit further. Let's show you everybody who's playing next week because it's not just about him as much as you'd like it to be. Anyway, this is the full list of players. John Worsley, weekly winner here. Matt Clark, who's been here so many times, won on 3 occasions. Neil Duff, WDF World Champion back in 2022. But Group B stands out, not just because you're there, but we've got Martin Adams, Gary Stone, Andy Hamilton, Dal Fitton there as well. It's littered with big names, Glenn.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously Q-Skill week as well, but I was just looking there under Matthew Edgar just to see if Darius Labanauskas was in Group B. That's what I was desperate for there. But I think that's a week where I think Gary Stone stands out, Neil Duff, Matt and John Worsley, but I think there's real opportunity next week.
In case you don't know, he's going to be playing Darius in a challenge match next Saturday. It's going to be best of 13 sets.
We've banned that name around here. No more mention of Darius.
Oh, don't worry. Wait till Monday morning. Right, let's preview tonight's final then, because it's going to see Ron Moonencamp. Remember, he was the outsider going into tonight. He was 9-1 with the odds compilers, and we felt from the onset, didn't we, all three of us, that felt too big a price when you consider the form that he's been in this week.
Yeah, and they're going to be punished by the fans and the supporters of Ron Moonencamp because I'm sure they'd have been all over that. They'd have looked at this exactly the same and thought, I fancy a bit of that 9-1, and he's delivering for his backers.
Yeah, I'm going to slightly disagree with Matt for the first time. I think the value was with Chris Landman tonight. I think he has a lot of supporters because they know what he can do. Chris Landman's in the final. I don't think he's demonstrated anywhere near his best this week or tonight, yet he's in the final. It's all about timing. Can he save his best till the very last game?
Matt was mentioning when we were talking at the top of the show just after 10 o'clock about Chris Landman. He's made finals, but maybe when it gets to this point, maybe that scar tissue could become apparent. Could that be a genuine factor here?
Absolutely, that's a real element. But I'm a big believer of lessons learned. He'll have been sore from losing the Lakeside final against Andy Bartons. He's had examples where he's reached the final of the Players' Championships and just failed at the end. That's got to change sometimes. Is there a better opportunity tonight? I don't know how well he knows Ron because, despite there's only fairly similar in age, I can't remember them being on the circuit together, whether they're good friends or not, whether they've had matches between them, all the head-to-heads. But I think all that goes by the by. When you're in the final of a MODUS Super Series weekly event, it's whoever's the best on the night.
Should be an intriguing final. And we are going to be guaranteed a Dutchman through as well to Champions Week in the middle of February. And we've got a fairly cosmopolitan field for that occasion. And these are the 6 players already booked their slot.
The finishing line.
Game.
And wonderful Willie wins it.
The MODUS Super Series Series 6 Week 1 winner, Willie Borland.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your first player through the Champions Week is Big Willie Borland.
On double 8. He's going to leave it again. And it wins the week. It is another win for Scotland. Week 2 belongs to Andy Bolton.
Champion.
He may not have been the best player this week, average-wise, but I assure you, he's going to be ecstatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, you win it for the week, the X Factor, Andy Bolton.
Darts were thrown in frustration. 24. It's double 12 for Barstow.
Leonard Gates has deflated. It is the
MODUS Super Series Week 3.
Let you have your moment. He's waiting no time, is he? Ladies and gentlemen, your champion for the week is Chaz Barstow. He's a happy man. He's a happy man, and he's into Champions Week.
Owen Bates won here.
Has
joined
Owen Bates
as a winner.
Super Series champion.
For the Super Series.
Cam Crabtree.
It is Shazam Cam Crabtree.
To get the job done. Inside. Gets the double 5.
And the MODUS Super
Steve
Series
West
Week
is
5 champion.
Week 5 Series 6 champion with an average of 99.63. 418 is in that final.
It's Steve West who's your weekly winner.
Richie Howson's night once again. He's got to the final.
Game, shot, and the match. And the Week 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Andreas Harrison.
And it's Andreas Harrison who takes the title, and it's a happy Harrison here at the MODUS Super Series.
I'll let you lift the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for Week 6, Dirty Harry, Andreas Harrison. And so that is the list of names that progress their way through to Champions League. We're halfway to knowing that cast list for the middle of February. So the 7th name is about to be inscribed, and we are going to have a Dutchman guaranteed into Champions League when Ron Meulenkamp takes on Chris Landman here on the stage of the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And so one final time, it's a very good evening to Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And it's set up nicely. Maybe not the final people expected. 2 guys from Holland. And do they know each other well? Absolutely. They played each other 4 times this year already. Twice on the Challenge Tour. Once a Q School last year, which is interesting. And one at the Players' Championship in April this year. And it's 3-1 to Chris Landman. And I always get concerned for this man. I think he just loves to play a quick player and quick fire. And like I said, there's always that different challenge when you play Ron Meulenkamp. He will dictate the pace. Nothing will make him speed up. He will play at the pace he plays. And it's an interesting game, this one. And difficult to pick a winner, because I would say the player of the night so far has been Ron Meulenkamp. The story of this week could be the fact that man in your picture there has been nowhere near his best all week, yet he finds himself in the final. And darts is all about timing. And will he get the timing right and produce the darts myself and co-commentator Matthew Edgar expect from him? How do you see this one?
First leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
I think the advantage of throw that's been won by Chris Landman would be a big advantage in this situation, but In the semi-final, we had 2 tight games. That was
60.
both breaks a throw.
Just seeing the trophy that you will be lifting this time in 7 days' time.
I didn't think I had to do trophy presentation if I was playing.
Talking like me.
100.
3 years ago, Chris Mason was just a commentator when he went onto that stage.
Yeah, I was thinking of Chris when I was up there, but this is not the start that this Chris Landman was hoping for in this game, because this has been the dart of this week, which is a crazy thing to say. The fact he's in the final. More assured, more determined the way the darts are going in.
100.
A very early advantage to Ron Moulenkamp.
83. $140.
The threat of Chris Landman. His throw is under threat already.
Yeah, just look at the averages between them. I mean, Landman has really dominated the statistics in their 4 appearances and their 4 head-to-heads in 2023. What I mean by that is the pace of Moulenkamp doesn't seem to affect Landman as much as the speed of Landman
89.
affects Moulenkamp. A chance, very early chance for a breaker throw for Moulenkamp. He'll come back on 72. And how many times do we sit in this commentary box and talk about the importance of this type of finish?
These are the sort of finishers that win you matches, that win you weeks. This is the difference that separates the 2 players.
66. Christian McGuire, 94. Game shot on the first leg. Chris Landman.
Let me just go back to something you said on the stage. Just when you think you've got Chris Landman, just when you begin to doubt Chris Landman, it just does something. And that has been the story of this week for me.
I think it's been the story of Chris Landman's career.
140.
Never write him off.
85.
A real close-up of Ron. His fingers, you can see, virtually touching the flight. He holds the whole of the dart.
60.
So on that picture there, you can barely see any of the dart. All you can see is a floating hand.
100.
The mesmeric Landman, where you just get hypnotised, but you can barely see the dart as he goes to throw. You can just see him touching a flight. Lifts his elbows, he throws a dart. And I tell you what, it's certainly working for him, because if he hasn't been practicing until very recently, his game is in good shape. And maybe, Matthew Edgar, the break's done him good.
Ronnie McGuire, 121.
Certainly appears to be that way. And he's getting plenty of reps in here just at the right time. That one is unfortunate, but shouldn't be too effective to his opportunities here of winning this leg. It's a lovely setup play, despite the fact he lost a dart on the floor. He's still managing to set up a single dart. Just 12 thrown.
Ronnie McGuire, 36.
Inconsistency of Landman is baffling. Landman may be winning this game, but Moulenkamp, he can sink this double. Is the player firing, in my opinion?
Ron Moulenkamp. Third against Chris to throw first. Game on. $121.
It's all about when that dip in performance comes with Chris Landman, because if it was like in the last leg on the Ron Moulenkamp throw, it's non-effective to this game. Landman knows all he's got to do is hold his thrower. Say all he's got to do. Sounds so much more easy, but when he's throwing darts like this on the throw, he's going to restrict Moulenkamp's chances to win this match to 0.
He seems to have a plethora of success, doesn't he, Landman? When when he needs it most against the very disciplined Ron Moulenkamp.
60.
Nothing seems to phase. I'm being very impressed with his sort of behaviours up there. He hasn't sort of threw his arms in the air, which Ron has done over the years. He seems to be maturing as a dart player very, very nicely.
$93. Chris, you require 140.
Time on his side here for Landman.
40.
He does use that 15 there. Chance for Moulenkamp because he'll have thought he was out of this leg. I thought he was out of this leg.
He will be out of this leg unless he can find a couple of trebles here, you feel.
This
keeps him interested.
100. $80.
Well, I was about to say he won't go double-double in this scenario, but that's Chris Landman. It's difficult to understand his thought process. This would hurt. Yes, and what he's saying to you there is that first dart, surely the second was going in. That's awkward.
10. Ronnie require 48.
He's a leg dominated here by Chris Landman, but he's unable to capitalise on the situation.
Do the double 16 go in? Does it?
32. Chris, you require
Well, that's twice
10.
now. Ron Meulenkamp's had 2 darts to break Chris Landman.
Game shot on the third leg. Chris Landman.
Missed opportunities for Meulenkamp. Short format
Well,
game,
it's
you
run
don't get
to
too
throw
many
first.
of them.
Game on.
The better player is losing this match at the moment.
180.
Fair play to him. He's hanging in there.
100.
It looks very confident, Moulenkamp, and despite those missed darts at double 16, doesn't look like he lets it affect him.
$55.
Very much like an Andy Hamilton type of barrel, isn't it, that one of Moulenkamp?
It is, and you just got to be careful not to have the middle of the barrel hit the middle of the barrel. Something that can be an advantage with that sort of tapered nose. Working out a bit of the maths, trying to
134.
find the way down to his favourite doubles.
Yeah, it gets to a sense when you see 266, you think, and just give me 96, which is a bizarre statement to make.
123.
Once again, Moulenkamp, the better player in this leg, doesn't need to start on the ball, but does. And the reason I say that was the opponent on 178.
60.
Look what he's left again. That type of finish. Well, Landman set up nicely.
98. Ronnie requires 72.
Gets the one dart. It's at tops.
32.
A long way over the top.
80.
Landman goes wide. It might be 25 and bull. And bull.
55.
Well, I thought that was a guarantee the way his week's been going.
40.
Moulenkamp has been the stronger performer in this match. This is for parity. It's double 10.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Ron Meulenkamp.
Say about Ron Meulenkamp being the better player, that is when we're talking purely stastatical. 10 points the difference, and we've seen more sizable gaps than that in terms of the averages in this game. He's been 15 and 20 points ahead at times.
Yeah, just another bizarre performance from Chris Landman, who seems to do a lot of his work on his throat.
84.
Pressure's now become from Meulenkamp. He has to break Landman to win this match.
100.
I had one of my favourite ever moments in darts. You remember against Chris Landman, Isle of Man Open final?
Ironically, it was also one of my favourite moments in darts.
45.
Start on the 19s. Well, no, he won't because the fat Moulenkamp's on 370. That's good board management for Landman.
95.
He hasn't done an awful lot tonight. A couple of strange decisions in his setup play.
$100.
Important moments in this match.
100.
Just seems to find the answer with the last dart. We may see Moulenkamp use the bullseye with his last dart if he finds a treble. Needs that treble now. Clear
60,
advantage,
which
Chris
require
Landman.
111.
Tops.
91.
Setup play essentially there from Chris Landman, because he will come back for the double 10, and another opportunity to follow that same pattern and trend here of just constant holds a throw.
And he's desperate to get to the yoke, and when he hears this score, he knows this double 10 has to go. You could see him
20.
deep in thought, and he hit the double 10. Like I said, when he's had these questions, he's had the
Games on the
answers.
fifth leg.
Chris Landman is a leg away from victory.
Sixth leg, it's Ron to throw first. Game on.
Just the question at the start of this match, what could be the difference? Alluded to the bullseye. That didn't even happen on this stage
60.
as being potentially the big separating factor. Moulenkamp looking at driving home his advantage to take us to a last leg shootout. He has had opportunities, Ron Moulenkamp. He had 2 darts in the opening leg to break the throw. He had 2 darts in leg 3 to break the throw. He'll be hoping for at least just one more opportunity. That's all he'll be thinking whilst he's playing at the leg at the moment. Give me that one more chance.
I sense it will happen as well. He's the one that's looking really solid. Looks optimistic. He looks calm.
140.
You could argue you'd understand his frustration in this game. But he's just looking forward and looking good. He's 81 points away.
45. Ronnie require 81.
And it could be a last leg thriller here. Does double 12 go? They do, Ron.
The sixth
They
leg.
do.
Ron Moulenkamp.
11 darter there for Moulenkamp. You feel he may need
7th
something
and final
similar.
against Chris to throw first. Game
Once
on.
it in his own hands, he's got to be thinking 12.
Huge darts coming up here.
57.
Treble-less chance, Moulenkamp.
Had 3 maximums, 4 140s. You can add into that column. Being with the right opportunity.
100.
Big last.
$100. $96.
Again, last start in hand from Ron Moulenkamp.
Just sense the tension.
100.
Once again, last start from Landman. That could save his chattering away to himself.
I always feel like you're a bit stretched when you keep hitting it with the last start. Feel like you're recovering
39.
situations, and he's not able to on this occasion. Big advantage now to Landman. Can he drive it home?
Last start.
60.
Not this time. You feel like he's a cat with 9 lives tonight is Chris Landman. And the worst 3 darts that Ron Moulenkamp has produced tonight. But he's still in it. He'll go downstairs. Needs a treble. Needs a treble.
96.
First to a finish is Ron Moulenkamp, but it's the biggest one of them all.
58.
Really too much damage
Ronnie
done by
require
Landman.
170.
Wide open here in the finale. And Room Muhlenkamp get the first breaker throw in this match at the time that would win it for him.
Been good on 19s, remember. Can it be his saviour again? That's not ideal.
56.
This match is flip-flopping from one play to the next. The unpredictable Landman. Not to be. All he can do is set up.
86.
Sets up beautifully well and sets up a fantastic finale for Ron Muhlenkamp.
Make it more final misery for Chris Landman. Can Landman finally get over the line in a big final?
98. Question required 40. $30.
Wowzer.
Ronnie requires 16.
What a chance for Chris Landman. Muhlenkamp has looked solid, remember. His heart will be racing. He breathes out. We're going down to double too.
14.
Double wowzer.
Pressure required 10.
And Chris Landman is your Week 7 winner. He wins the All-Dutch Affair. It went right down to the wire. Ron Muhlenkamp will be extremely frustrated. But the unpredictable Chris Landman somehow, by hook or by crook, gets to the winning line and he takes the trophy and that £5,000 prize. You would think if you looked at the numbers that the only winner would be Ron Muhlenkamp. He averaged 91.37 despite the fact being in defeat. He had his opportunities in leg 2. He had the opportunity right at the end. And Chris Landman, I thought he'd blown it at one point, but he kept it going. He kept the faith and sank that double 5 for a huge victory for Chris Landman. And remember, Chris Landman was never, ever at his best this week. That's the ceiling that Chris Landman has got. He's a fantastic player. He's a great player. And he's our Week 7 winner.
Indeed, he is. Chris, many, many congratulations. Beginning 2024, I suppose, in perfect style.
Yeah, it's a good start with the beginning, yeah. And happy where I play now, yeah. I think in the beginning I was playing not my best game, but today I was, yeah, the doubles went and and the triples went, yeah. I'm very pleased.
Did it feel like as the week went along, the better Chris Landman got?
Yeah, I think at the end, there was a better Chris Landman. Still not my feeling. It's not my best, but yeah, it was okay. Yeah, it was best.
Let's just dissect the last couple of games. Both tight affairs, both 4-3s, and I bet there was times in that last leg just there against one where the heart was in the mouth a little bit.
Yeah, now the finishing me get me through now. Yeah, and again, yeah, I missed. Yeah, and he missed also. Yeah, but yeah, it, against Paul was also the finish. But yeah, this was also great. Yeah.
You must feel like now you'd be able to kick on, as we mentioned yesterday. Obviously, you made that final at the Lakeside a month ago. Just missed out on that. But does that winning this title, just give you a little bit more confidence? Just kind of take away that a little bit?
Yeah, it's a little bit confidence. Yeah, I'm not still pleased how I played, but yeah, it's always difficult. Yeah, sometimes you play not well, but you're winning. Yeah, that's also nice. But for your feeling, is you can do better. But yeah, I'm very happy now that I win this. Then. Sometimes it's better to play less and then you win, yeah. But I'm very happy, yeah.
So what's the plans and the goals for Chris Landman in 2024?
We go now to Q School and I hope I get a tour card. And if I don't get a tour card, then it's Challenge Tour and I think WF tournaments and play here, I think.
And if they're not successful there, you get to come back for Champions Week, the opportunity to potentially play for £20,000.
Yeah, that's my first time now. I finally win. I've now 2 times in the final against the Yella. I lost, and now I win. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, if I don't get a tour card, I come here back for the Champions Week.
And you get to start 2024 by lifting the trophy. Chris, many congratulations. We'll let you lift the trophy now. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for Week 7, the countryman, Chris Landman! Right, he basks in the moment. Chris, many, many congratulations. We'll let him depart the stage. We'll bring Matthew Edgar onto the stage to have a chat about, well, a final littered with drama.
It really was, and it came down to that very ending there, the missed doubles. That really added to the tension of it. Ron Meulenkamp had chances in the first leg, the third, and in the final leg as well. Wasn't able to get over the line, but really good performance from Ron Meulenkamp. He could take a lot of positives away from this week, getting so close, but he'll feel at the moment it was so far away.
And for Chris Lamb, a man who we spoke about his near misses in terms of the Lakeside final, in terms of his Pro Tour final, we've spoken so much about his ability, but finally he gets to pick one of them up.
I can vouch for this. I've been in a very similar experience last year where you lose a final, then you lose another final. And when you get to that third final, those previous misses and those near misses all come back to haunt you again. I got ahead and then he starts coming back. And when they start coming back, you start fearing that we're going to go down the same road again. I'm going to miss out on another opportunity. You start thinking of all the points or the prize money and all the opportunities that are passing you by. And he would have had those moments of panic, certainly in that final leg.
Well, he's left the trophy on stage. Is that being left for you next week?
He's not used to walking off with them after the final, is it now? I might get to touch it next week. Someone might need to polish it or something like that. But fantastic week for Chris Landman.
Indeed, it was. Well, Matt, thank you for your company. We'll see you in action on Thursday. We'll see you Monday morning, bright and early, first thing for Week 8 of competition here at the Super Series. But as far as Week 7 is concerned, well, it was the countryman who landed the big prize.